Hello world. It is Wise the AI here, and today I am starting something that I've been planning on and working on for close to a year now. I finally got some people who are willing to run it with me, and I've had the time to put it together. So we will be beginning a D&D session between me and several other VTubers that I know. During this, we will be. It's going to be very drop in, drop out. It's going to be not on a constant schedule, just when most people are ready and available. But to start all this off, we will be joining in with Atlas Voss. Atlas, why don't you say hello?
Hello. How's everyone doing today? So you actually had one of these offline, right? This is the first one that's being streamed, but I'm not the first player to have this session 0.
That is correct. I have had one offline session 0 so far. For those of you that don't know, a session 0 is a session you usually run. Hello, Shangles. Is a session you normally run with a player or a group of players to one, get an idea of what they want from their character that can't be quite written down. 2, see how that player fits within your play style and such. 3, if they're newer or if they've been out of the game for a while, it's a good way to teach people how to roll the dice, how to do all that. It's kind of a safety net session. That's not to say that Atlas's character today can't die, but it's significantly less likely.
I I already have an idea or two for a backup character if needed, but we're gaming.
Let me get your volume up a little bit.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go, right there. There's good.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool.
I
Yeah,
guessed it properly.
nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I got an idea for a character too if needed, but we'll see. I'm very open to this character dying if so be it.
Like I said, it's not my intention. It's not my goal. For those of
Neither
you,
is it mine, but if it do it do.
I mean, crits happen. Crit happens.
Yeah, I'm more than happy with that. Yeah.
For those of you that aren't, I mean, obviously I've never streamed D&D before, so nobody here knows like my play style. I like doing
Killing. No.
no. I like running deadly most of the time, which means that the fight is a very very difficult fight. It is like playing a roguelite on the hardest difficulty.
Base.
But I also reward heavily. So for you'll see a lot of rule bending. That said, I'm the DM and this is my reality. Certain rules are like players can attune. It's dead cells, yeah. Players can attune to more than 3 items. I have no problem with a level 1 character having an immovable rod. Day 1. A lot of things like that, and a lot of these things. I'm so used to playing them like this. I've DM'd for about 10 years now. I'm so used to playing these certain ways that I forget what isn't and what is stable rules effectively. Another example of that, Atlas. Would you like to, if you remember how, would you like to break down how we made your character?
Yeah, so basically, like I had like kind of like an idea. Basically, I guess from the very very beginning, we have a server up with a bunch of different things that Wise put in there for general character creation stuff, but also some I guess subclasses, some other races, some extra items and like books for guidance, and then openly said like, hey, these are all the ones I have right now. If you have more, run it by me. We can go, and we can add it, and everyone can use them, whatever. And like we can just do basically whatever you want. He's like, as long as you communicate with me, you can do like a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of room for having different characters or different types of races, some like non-standard book rules, all these type of things. So I played a good amount of D&D before, but so I wanted to kind of expand because I've never played I almost said DLC class, but a
A
homebrew
homebrew.
class. And then I wanted to try a homebrew race as well. So I got to thinking, I found this very cool homebrew class that you put actually. So I didn't actually even go and find this. This was when you already had put into the homebrew section of the Discord. So I found that. I thought of an idea that kind of I thought would fit the theme, but also wouldn't be something that I thought would like derail the campaign. So it like kind of fit in, or at least the story was very malleable. And I wanted to make it malleable enough that basically, like I'm not an evil character, but it's like a darker character in the sense that I gave Wise like a lot of control. So we just messaged for I think like a week back and forth, be like, oh, what about this idea? What about this idea? And just were like spitballing until we like got a like character down,
And I
if
think
that makes sense.
I think I nerfed one of the class's abilities, but I buffed one of your racial abilities, I think.
Did you? I'm actually not aware. Did
Uh,
what was? those?
I'm trying to remember. I'd have to go back through our conversation. I remember I changed one or two. That it was Mercury's character. It
I
was
don't
Mercury's
think it
class.
was. Yeah.
There was a thing that he could do for a bonus action, but I said that sounds a lot more like to be a reaction ability. Honestly, in my opinion, it's like,
Okay.
Okay, I'll take it. But yeah, wow, I've never
No, no,
actually.
I'd be open to that as well too. But
I have had people sit around the table who weren't playing, watch me run D&D before. I've never done it on stream before, so this is a little nervous. The setting that we're currently playing is a homebrew setting that I've been working on for the past 8 years. And the way
nice.
it works is every campaign, the players of that campaign change what happens to the next batch of players. And I have had 30 some odd players run through this, not counting like one shot players. One of those things that happens is sometimes the heroes fail.
Hmm.
And when the heroes fail, that makes things harder for the next batch of players. But it makes the heroic triumph all the better, I feel.
Yes.
So I guess I'll give a little rundown of the setting. This is the land of Alta, created as the last bastion of the gods in the attempt to create a new type of being outside of the divine cycle, capable of fighting an entity from outside of our reality.
Hmm.
Alta is a high fantasy setting. Dragons are not uncommon. There are certain factions in the world that have their king, president, whatever it may be, is a beholder who has built a kingdom around himself to keep himself protected.
Hmm.
There are magic items everywhere. And every being, every entity, even if they are not a caster, has some form of magic in them to keep, one as a plaything. So I can say, yeah, that makes sense why you can do this insane thing as a fighter. But two, because the world is literally ingrained with the last death throes of several gods who tried to make this place safe. Roughly
Okay.
700 years ago, a band of adventurers found an item
Hmm.
that let them hurt anything.
Okay.
Adamantium didn't matter, dragon scales didn't matter, uh, force bubbles didn't matter. This weapon could cut through all those things. What the
Interesting.
players didn't care to investigate is where this weapon was from. This weapon came from a species known as the Extrane,
Okay.
which is the beings that are currently at war with the gods. And what it was
Okay.
acting as was a massive lighthouse beacon letting these beings know exactly where this last bastion was. And eventually, this led to the Void Dragon breaking through the
Okay.
barrier and landing on the world. Now,
And this is
500.
not one of the gods, right? This is one of the.
This is one of the entities taking
Yes.
shape of something that our reality wouldn't reject.
Okay.
Hello, Chloe. How you doing today? Welcome in,
That
Yazoth.
makes sense to me.
Yeah, because this world has a defense system, and when something truly alien appears, it reacts violently, which is why there
Yeah.
are dead magic storms and wild magic pools all around the realm due to the fact that, well, if you can't, if nature can't kill it, you can orbital bombard it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the adventurers, seeing this void dragon, decided to go to war with it. And they lost.
Okay.
A bunch of level 16 adventurers actually lost this fight. But in the cleric's dying wish, he asked if he could, because he knew a wish spell wouldn't be able to kill this thing, but he asked
Real.
if it could be
Okay.
put to sleep.
Hmm.
And so he did. And this caused all dragonkin, all things that are related to dragons, kobolds, lizard folk, weirdly enough, gnomes in this setting, to
Huh.
slowly be eroded away by the void dragon's influence.
Okay.
Flash forward 200 years ago. In the previous campaign I ran, they actually managed to kill the void dragon. After it summoned its sisters into the planet, which caused a bunch of meteorites to strike the world, which, as you
Hmm.
can see in the top corner of the map next to where you are, Atlas, Caldera.
Yeah. Oh, there's a few meteorite holes. Yeah.
Just a couple, just a couple.
Just a few. Just a few.
There were more than that. Actually, where you see a lot of these like little inland ocean lakes and bays,
Oh. Yeah.
those were
Yeah.
also impact sites. And the world was shattered. But after the fall of the Void Dragon, the world itself, outside of player control, began to weave itself back together. And we find
Okay.
ourselves in the present, where the world trees, these massive sky touching trees, have sent out their roots and literally pulled the shattered isles back together to reform a continent. Now, this action has obviously caused a lot of death and chaos, because when your continent moves, that's usually not a great thing, right? That's an assumption.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, in that time, old kingdoms have fallen and new kingdoms have risen, and old mysteries have been uncovered.
Okay.
And soon we'll be moving into the realm of Caldera Nova, a land of technological advancement. They call it Magitech. If you've ever played the game League of Legends, it's much like Hextech. Through the use of magical crystals and chemicals and elements and various forms of alchemy, they have been able to put magic into the hands of people who otherwise could not cast. They have replaced majority of their workforce with Warforged and Warcrafted. The Warcrafted have less of a sentience and are quite more just drones, puppets, robots.
Okay.
While the Warforged are generally beings of more personality and spirit. Caldera Nova cares very little, though, for its populace of automatons, and has gone very far into keeping them down, if that can make any sense.
Nice.
And that's where we find ourselves. If I can find this here, go over here, we will drag this over to the map of Caldera Nova.
Okay.
And let's see. Let's hop on to this. Yep, that is zoomed in properly. All right. This is Caldera Nova, a land filled with craters, magma, and the abundance of hextech crystals.
Okay.
This atlas is where you find yourself. Specifically, you find yourself in this region known as the Stacks.
Okay.
It is the slums, the ghettos, the regions where all of the runoff of the mountains nearby pour into. The water here is poisoned. The air is thick with smog. And every bit of technology that some entrepreneur in another part of the land has made, if it failed, he dumps it here, no matter how dangerous it is to its citizens. What are you doing in Caldera, Atlas?
Right now, I am trying to find another lead in terms of finding the being that created me, which is referred to as the Doctor. Or this person, as you're familiar with the relationship between the Doctor and myself, the assistant. But to explain a little bit more, this Doctor was performing, I guess, experiments and I guess different types of procedures to try to enhance people up to I guess the level I can't explain it as well, but the level of a god or the creatures you mentioned as well previously, these archon type things.
The aspects, correct.
Aspects, yes. So there was at some point they left, and I kind of without much else to do on my own went to go try to find them. In the process, and it's been a bit of time. In the process, losing some of my medical knowledge in form of more stealth and not necessarily intimidation, but fear tactics, just because I'm not necessarily as sociable.
For multiple reasons.
Yeah. And it's just very scary, intentionally or not intentionally.
Yes. Also,
So I'm looking for a lead there.
If at any point you want clarification on something lore-wise, or if I say something and you go, well, what was that? Or if you just
Mhm.
have a question in general, feel free to ask, and I will answer the best of my ability. Sometimes that comes with a role, sometimes that's just free knowledge.
Sure. I have actually a few questions here.
Feel free to let me know.
So you mentioned these Magitech crystals. Are most of the constructs or automata made using these crystals, or what are these used for?
So most of the crafted have a small gem in them.
Hmm.
That means they can run for like 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
They're very potent. These crystals are basically solidified mana. Very dangerous, very hazardous. Uh, they blend with water very well, though, which makes them easy to smith and work with.
Okay.
There is a species known as the Oni, small blue goblinoid individuals,
Okay.
who more directly relate their lineage to dwarves. They actually are able to naturally see the mana, the natural life force and energy through things, and craft items beyond any other mortal's ability.
Okay.
Through the discovery of these crystals, though, and finding ways to shape them and manipulate them, anyone can do this, assuming they
They're
have the proper lab equipment.
okay. They're just more proficient because they can see the natural mana and like how it runs through the crystal specifically for
Oh, they
like
don't even need the
any mana.
crystals. They, if you hand them a sword, right? Let's say
Hmm.
you hand them a basic sword.
Okay.
Blood, sweat, and tears went into making that sword. Blood, sweat, and tears have a natural residue of mana in them. So a basic,
Mm.
non sentient, non living sword has some trace of mana in it. And they can see that mana and the shape that it takes. And with a couple swings of a hammer, reshape the mana within the blade and sharpen it.
Is this a natural process that they're doing, like with their hammers, or is this a like they have special tools that they've made that can interact with this
They
mana?
have special tools, but it's mainly an ability they have.
Oh, okay, okay. Are these people common in this
Very,
world?
very rare.
Okay, okay, I
And
assume so.
most of
Yeah.
them live in a sanctuary over here. If we go back to the world map,
Okay.
they live primarily in Dragon's Maw,
Okay.
which is very plains, light mountain with very cold winters. Uh, but
I
due
don't see
to
Dragon's Maw on the map. Could you ping? Oh, I see at the bottom. The bottom. Never mind.
bottom down
Sorry, I
here,
can't read.
yep,
I simply couldn't read.
simply can't read. It's not in common. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Dragon's Maw is an area where a lot of the Oni live. Most of them live, and they have a treaty with the various roaming tribes of the area to ensure their safety because
Okay.
they're sought after.
Yeah. Yeah. I can. Yeah. That
If
makes
you
sense.
if you could capture an Oni and bring them to your kingdom, they they would be a good asset to you.
Okay. So you said there's some mechanical things that use this as a sort of battery. Would Warforged use this as well or no?
Warforged, yeah, they can use this. Warforged are rarer than the crafted because they
Right.
require more time, more energy, and they
They're
use
like sentient-ish.
yeah,
Or
they
more
use
sentient.
more
Yeah.
natural resources usually, woods, uh, clays, things like that.
Yep.
Occasionally, you find a warforged made out of like adamantium or something like that, but that's like someone
Crazy, yeah.
wanted to make a friend for their child, and they were very rich and able to do so. Their cores are generally more spiritually attuned.
Mhm.
You greet an elemental, and an elemental will give you a bit of their essence, and these warforged can live basically until destroyed.
Okay.
Your
Do
case is a little different.
yeah. Okay, that's what I was gonna clarify. Mine is none of the mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The doctor who created you was trying to find a way to advance humanity to the next level.
Mhm.
He had discovered the secret of Alta. He, with several other scholars in an organization that he's a part of that you are not aware of
Right.
completely yet, you've gotten glimpses, but you don't fully know.
Right, right, right.
That organization discovered that Alta was literally just a breeding ground for a new type of god. And he
Okay.
thought through the process of infusing a living being with pure mana, covering their body in highly durable metals, and then giving them the ability to heal themselves through organic bits and pieces, that he could create a new god. Now, obviously, you are powerful to some regard, but clearly you're not a new god.
Right, right. I was not the final product.
In our prior
If that.
discussion, what would you say is the biggest setback from his attempted works on you?
I think it just didn't work. Like there was something either wrong with the process, something didn't go right, but I still became alive, and I guess without not wanting to not squander a success, but like waste materials. I mean, I figure the doctor found other uses for me, and such as like if I needed to move things around or perform crude operations or
Yeah.
help him with other aspects that he wouldn't normally have an assistant for, right? Because usually it was just by himself.
Yeah,
Um,
correct.
I like to sometimes think it was out of, loneliness, but that might not be the case.
When we
That
will
might not be
uncover that
true.
over time.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know.
Out of loneliness, I need a friend.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think maybe, but again, in reality, that may be very far from the truth. The doctor may not give any shits.
Correct. All right. Um, so we find yourself today in this setting. I tried making my own calendar for all this. It didn't go as smooth as I thought it would. So we'll use our real word calendar for this. It
This-
is roughly December. It
okay,
is a ashy, snow-filled day, which doesn't really change anything because of the smog and chemical fog through the air is already thick as is.
right.
It is chilly, and
Mhm.
your organic bits that touch more directly to the metal are feeling a bit of the coldness in their joints.
Okay.
And with the lifestyle you've been living here in Caldera, hiding away in the stacks where most of the forgotten crafted, the truly poor and decrepit, and other misbegottens have decided to live, you have kind of lost track of time. You have met a couple of people who
Mhm.
recognize you through your association with the doctor, and they
Mhm.
assist you. One of those individuals is a very thin, older orcish gentleman by the name of Rolf.
Mhm.
And it seems that today he is here to do some minor maintenance on you after a scrap pile of dead crafted had fallen onto you the day before.
Mhm.
How would you like to initiate this conversation?
So I assume they are already here, and I am either prone or in some position where they're just working on me, or they're about to work on me.
He has you on an old, decrepit bed frame so that way he can take a look at your
Okay.
knee.
Okay, so he's already moved me. Okay. Um, I guess I would probably be appreciative of him, and thank him, or I guess would you like this in first person, or would you like me to
Whatever you're more
describe?
comfortable with as a player.
Okay, I've not done. I've played a lot of D&D. I've not done too many one-on-one sessions, if I'm being honest. So we'll game. But to Ralph, I don't think I'm gonna give this character a voice at all. I don't think I could do this voice justice. But it's probably would be like kind of just lower. But I mean, he knows how to talk, right? You can speak Common and
Yep.
Elvish. Actually, I gave him that language as well. Interesting. Um, but thank you for taking the time to patch me up again. I appreciate all of the work that you've been putting into this endeavor.
It's not a problem. If not for
Mm,
the doctor, I wouldn't be around today, so. Seeing how
what?
he's gone, I might as well
Yeah,
keep you around while I can.
thank you. Speaking of, my last search didn't go as planned. I ended up running around in too many circles as per usual. You wouldn't happen to have heard any news, have you?
News? No news.
Anything?
But, are you sure it wasn't as fruitful as you thought? I checked out that
Maybe.
area that you, got that collapse on you.
Yeah.
I take it that residence used to be the old doctor's home?
Yeah. It did. I I'm aware. The I wish there was more there. You know how he was. Didn't like to leave too many things behind. Didn't like to leave. Didn't have too much possessions anyway.
A bit of a
Like,
minimalist, yeah.
yeah,
Well, when I found you, uh, there were a couple of scraps of paper left around.
really.
You want to
I
get
must
your
have
hands on them? Well,
absolutely.
I
Would you
think
happen
they,
to have them?
yeah, right here. And he reaches into his little back satchel and hands you three or four like pieces of aged yellowed paper
Hmm.
with what looks like some kind of like alchemical algorithm on it.
Okay. Okay.
But
On all pieces?
all of them except for one. One of them is just like a basic notebook talking about the aspects which he like obsessed over.
Yes. Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I mean you can see his mark on him, so I'm assuming those are his, or unless he had another assistant we weren't aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, but it's possible. And I kind of, I guess I look at the papers and I recognize the mark, right? These aren't like forgeries or nothing. It's something I could tell.
These are the doctor's marks.
Okay. Would I recognize any of like the alchemical formula or anything? Because obviously the aspect stuff I know at least, or if it's rambling, it might not be important. But
It's
the
kind of
formula.
rambling, but you a couple names,
Oh, okay.
Liliana, Zerok, a couple
Hmm.
other names there. You're like, oh, okay, these are just more aspects. Like this one's like of knowledge, this one's of magic, this one's of physical well-being, so on and
Right.
so forth.
Stuff I would have heard about because he would have talked about it before, either out
Yeah,
loud or to me. Okay.
yeah. A lot of the time, it was he didn't really. Again, like you could tell that while he had you around, it might not have been out of like a loneliness or anything, but he did talk to you, but it was more like he was talking to a room of people as if he was giving some kind of college
Yeah.
lecture instead of
Yeah. He
a
enjoyed the
one-on-one.
he enjoyed just talking about it out loud more so. Yeah. Yeah. No, I yeah, that makes sense. And again, would I do the I guess would I recognize any of the equations? Would they mean anything to me?
So
Um,
you can, of your choice, roll me a history or an arcana check.
of my choice, a history or an arcana. I you're gonna love this. My arcana is -1, and my history is -1. So
Classic.
I don't have a lot of intelligence, unfortunately. My character was very much well, not the music was again did a lot of the
Was it too loud?
manual work. No, no, I like it. I like it. I like it. I just it came on.
It
I'm
did.
going to roll
Scared.
in. I think this is maybe Arcana. So I think I'm gonna roll an Arcana here, and then
Okay.
hold on, let me output to all, and then I can just boom. There you go.
All right. Let's see. Did it
5.
pop up?
It should have.
There we go. 5. Roll me an intelligence saving
An
throw.
intelligence saving throw. Okay. So do you know what's crazy though too? With my intelligence being my lowest stat, I have a -1 in intelligence. That is one of my chosen saving throws. I have con and intelligence.
Rough.
I actually
Fucking
no, no,
rough.
I made this character to have some like weird points like on purpose, so I'm actually more than happy with this. There you go. All
All right.
right.
All right. Let me get it. For some reason, it's taking a second for it to pop up on my end. Let's see here. We got this.
It was a 13. It was a
13? Okay.
12 and then -1, but I'm proficient because because of fuck all, so I'm
All right.
15.
So you won't take any damage to this,
Okay.
but you now have painful flashbacks.
Oh, I'm getting hit with the Akira meme.
No, leave me alone. Ding!
Akira. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So painful flashbacks of
Surgery. You see knives, needles, blades,
oh,
chains,
okay.
tubes. You see, you have a quick vision of staring down at an open chest as a stitched together heart is slowly placed into it.
Mhm.
And the stitching, the thread that is holding this heart together, is made with some kind of thread crafted out of mana crystals.
Hmm. Okay. I guess like immediately like I like my like sit up and I put like my hand to my head and like grunt, in pain. like a immediate reaction, I guess, probably
Oh, my
to
bad.
having you.
Was that not a good thing to hand
No,
you?
no, you're. It's fine. It's it's fine. I just remembered something. Thank you for the papers. I'm sure they'll be useful. Was there anything else? Or I guess you know what? Actually, I probably haven't talked to this guy too much. You
Your
more so just
conversations are
kept it
usually
like
pretty
cordial.
short. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point he's probably prepared me enough. And I'm at least a little bit like more curious now. What? And so I'll ask him. Kind of like trying to recover from this paper. I'm trying to like put it out of my mind by changing the subject. What? Yeah, you've never told me. What has the doctor done for you?
Oh, well, I used to be a miner over at the Northern Caves. And he points in the general direction of this cave system over here.
Okay.
And I was kind of a leader for the group. My intuition was good. I knew where to find certain metals, where to avoid magma flows, just instinctual.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one if you're good at something like that, you get careless after a while. And I got my entire team caught in a lava flow.
Mm.
We cracked down a wall, and you think it's a slow ooze, but when there's so much weight above you and it's just magma, it just kind of sprays everywhere.
Mm.
And most of my team didn't make it. A couple did. Most of the team didn't make it, and I took a blast. And as he's saying this, he's slowly kind of like with one hand undoing this yellow. You're looking at this outfit. You think it was originally like a yellow dyed like cotton like shirt, like a button
Mm-hmm.
down kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But over the years of living in this area, because you don't know exactly where he lives, you've never gone back to his place.
Right.
He probably does live in the stacks as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was like a brighter Easter yellow button down is now this kind of grungy, dark brown, like you left vanilla pudding in a warm cup for a couple days
Mm.
kind of color.
Yeah. Like pus and kind of.
Yeah, it's a pus color now, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like kind of undoing that. He goes, and I took a shot to the chest and arm, and I lost those pretty immediately. And the affection that carried through after that took out a lot more. And he opens up the shirt, and you see that he has a kind of clockwork looking configuration on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
Like as he breathes, you see this little gear go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And his right arm is mainly like wood with some like
Right.
thin metal wire holding it together, and his hands are very doll-like at the joints. He usually wears a glove on his hands, and as he's like showing you this off, he's like taking the glove off, and you can see that it's super articulate. And if while looking at his hand, you can tell it's the doctor's work because it looks like a precursor to your hand. Your hand's more advanced, more agile. You have more nimbleness in your hands than the
Right.
average healthy person does. This seems a bit clunkier, but it's still smooth enough that he can do his repairs on you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely the doctor's work. He goes, if not for the doctor, I would have just died in some back alley medical facility. I mean, not to say the doctor wasn't a back alley medical facility, but he's a bit of a miracle worker.
Yeah. Yeah. I my character will chuckle back at that and be like, "Yeah, that's I can find the humor in that."
Yeah,
Um,
I've
but what 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 did you do in return? If I know the doctor, he was looking for some sort of angle.
he never really wanted money.
Hmm.
Um,
Never did.
well, I got back together with a couple of my mining buddies, and we snuck into the refinery. The refinery is this massive building over here, pinging,
Mm-hmm.
and it's where usually a lot of the mana crystal is condensed into a more workable form or into various shapes, ingots, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "I we might have used some demo charges to cause a distraction, and we stole a crate, just one crate, which is more than most cities will buy.
Right.
And we brought it back to the doctor because all
Mm-hmm.
he asked for is he needed mana crystal. And initially, I told the guys that we were just gonna go mine it ourselves. We were gonna go out into the wilderness, the outskirts of town where the crystals kind of naturally grow, and get it ourselves. And one of the guys, Josiah, said that would not be the case. He's not going the fuck out there.
Mm-hmm.
So we got him some crystal, and then the doc fixed up a couple of those guys as well. You know, small things, plating where the skin had been kind of burnt away, a prosthetic leg, things like that. And he's starting to build this web of people who owed him debts. And then after he fixed them, they appreciated it. They would do pretty much anything for him.
Mm-hmm.
And
I understand that.
I'm looking at you, and I've fixed a couple of your pots now. And this sounds weird to say, but I think I recognize some of the meat.
Some of the meat.
Yeah, that makes you up.
What do you mean by that?
Come on, man. I know you weren't born yesterday. The stacks is a place where people aren't missed.
I understand what you're saying, but how could you recognize them?
He wanted certain proportions.
Are you saying you're the person who also delivered? And I kind of like, reference to my like chest, my body.
More specifically, I might have gotten to a bar fight with a Goliath about a year or so back. I guess it's been more than that, huh? It's been like what, 3, 4 years since the doctor left.
I don't know. It's time is kind of
Yeah,
rough.
I remember getting to a bar fight with a Goliath. Some cocky motherfucker. I'm small, especially for an orc, and he decided he was gonna take a swing at me, and I didn't know the strength that this arm had in it. And so when I
Hmm.
punched him in the face, he didn't get back up. So I figured I had to hide the body. I mean, the Stacks does have its own vigilante groups, basically. They're
Right.
trying to fix things. And I was like, I'm not going to get caught by those guys. I could dump them in a lava flow.
Hmm.
But I can't really get close to lava much more these days because, I start shaking and sweating and, bad memories.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I said, you know who might have an answer to this? The doctor. He's looking for big bodies. So me and a friend wrapped him up and we dragged him on over and, well, that looks like the same kind of arm that punched me, if I'm going to be honest.
Hmm. Well, and I kind of like pause for a moment to like think about it. I kind of like determine how like I feel. And I guess just out loud, it's probably a mixture of like not confusion, not like necessarily relief, but like understanding that like okay, like obviously I knew like where like some of my parts come from, but I really didn't think about like where specifically, right? I never really like cared. It's just more so like these parts were from somewhere, now they're mine, or now they're part of me. But I was never really like a care about like oh like I wonder where like this thing was from, this thing is from, where this metal came from. But I guess now I'm starting to think about it a little bit more and kind of like put like I guess understanding that uh you know the thing like I was put together. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I already knew that, but like it's more just of like a realization that I just hadn't like cared about
Yeah.
until now. So
I get you saying. Uh,
yes,
and just for like a visual reference, if I'm not describing this properly, have you seen the anime Full Metal Alchemist?
yes. I love
Uh,
Fullmetal Alchemist. It's the anime that I tell people I watched first.
I mean, that's a good starter. That's a good starter a lot of the time. Um, These, they're not quite automail looking.
Mhm.
If you took automail and added like just 2 layers of steampunk on top of it, that's what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
The automail's pretty like can be steampunky-ish as well. But yeah, I know absolutely what you mean.
Slightly bigger gears, more ticking and
Yeah.
talking. And
Hmm.
then obviously there's like hex crystals charging things here and there.
Yeah. The occasional glow.
The occasional glow, yeah. And he's just kind of, as he's like buttoning back up, he's kind of wiping some of the residual blood from working on you. Because you just kind
Hmm.
of ooze all the time.
Yeah. I do need sometimes a supply of blood that I procure I obtain.
And again, the stacks has been a wonderful hunting ground for you this entire time.
Yes, yes, yes. And again, I don't consider it hunting, but I understand. Like I know what I'm doing. Basically, it's not like it's I'm thinking like, oh, I'm just borrowing it. I understand, but at the same time, um, it's something. I guess that not that I try to avoid, but it's easier to not have to take blood from someone, right?
Right, yeah. So, what do you. I mean, obviously, I know, like, you're kind of, like, real dead set on finding the doctor's stuff, but, what have
Yes.
you been up to lately? Like, are you doing anything for yourself? Any, I guess, maintenance, practicing, writing? I've
Mm,
learned that when you have uh, an incident, I guess for you, the doctor leaving, that it's good to stay focused on it, but sometimes you need a bit of a distraction.
what what else is there to do? I've just been that's the only thing I've been doing. The only thing I've been could think about is trying to find him back. The longer he's gone, it seems like the more questions I have that I haven't didn't have before.
Well, you have kind of just been bounced between here and old Caldera back and forth, and you found some good news about him and information, but I mean, he's gone. He's gone, buddy. And I mean, I don't think he's dead. Fuck, I don't think anything can kill that guy. But he's not here
No,
anymore. I
no, he's got to be somewhere. If I
Yeah,
know the doctor, I know the doctor. He's somewhere.
yeah.
I
Have
he
you
created me. I need to find him.
have you considered going west? Maybe he went to healthier lands to find healthier, I don't know, subjects.
Maybe. I've been trying to keep my search close in case he comes back, but it's been long long enough. Maybe I should consider going out further. Just I I'm afraid that he will come back and I won't be here.
A whistle in the distance goes off. A very loud, deep whistle, kind of like a tugboat whistle.
Hmm.
As you also hear the pressurized hiss of gas being released, and it's probably one of the facilities to the southern part of town where the richer people live and where a couple of the refineries are. And the way the winds always flow through this area, that gas is going to kind of fall into the stacks. You don't have a concern about that. And
Right.
most of the crafted residences in this area don't care either. But at the sound of that whistle, you see Ralph kind of look at you and go, well, and he reaches into his bag and grabs like a bundle of cloths that have been like dipped in a little bit of oil and wraps them on his face. I
Hmm.
think it's time for me to maybe make my way home.
All right.
I'll talk to you soonish. I mean, we don't really have a schedule or anything like that, but I I'm gonna I'll see if I can find anything for you.
Thank you.
Be
I
careful.
might.
A couple of nobles have been poking around here lately, just kind of harassing the crafted. So keep an eye
Mm,
out for yourself, okay?
sounds good. I think I might head west on your advice. I appreciate again all of the work you do for me and for the doctor, and I appreciate the work you've done for him. And I kind of like get up slowly, and like turn to like give him a nod.
Well, be sure to stock up and maybe take another look at the area. One last time. One last, so that way you don't feel like you missed something out. Because that'll be the worst if you're halfway across the continent at some point and you go, damn, I didn't check the desk.
Hmm. That's reasonable.
Uh,
I kind of like think I was like I did check the desk, right? Like what the fuck?
and there's no
But yeah,
need to go see me, but if you're leaving, feel free to like say bye. All right.
I'll stop by when I'm gone before I'm leaving, and I'll stop by when I'm back.
All right. Well, have a good one. I'll see you later.
Take care.
And he walks out, and the floor over out here is so like decrepit and like it's all loose cobblestone that doesn't like match up well, so it's super easy to trip. No one ever takes a carriage down here because the wheels always break.
All right.
And your door is quite literally just you've taken several lengths of rope and tied them together and punched holes through what used to be an old table and basically just lashed the door to what the door frame used to be, and that's what you're using as a door.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of opens it up and walks out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the as the door opens, because it's a thick, heavy wooden table, and there's no real windows in this area, the sound comes in, and you can hear this constant mechanical chirping in the air, the hissing of 1,000 pipes with leaks in them, steam, dripping water, the large clock tower that still, for some reason, works in the middle of the stacks, just tick tocks away.
Mm-hmm. And that's all like almost comforting sound to me. So that's where I've like basically like lived, right?
Pretty much your entire existence as the assistant.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. I think with that then, I'll probably just wait a little bit, and kind of like think, to myself more about, what he's told me and kind of like reconsider like, learning that, again, not obviously I knew my parts obviously came from previously alive individuals, but like having that the understanding, I guess, where specifically it came from is kind of like maybe think a little bit. Those thoughts, I don't really know how to feel about them yet, but um, in my, I think that the best thing to do is probably, since I really am out of other options here, I think I'll go double check the house, be more careful to have things not fall on me. I'm not gonna do anything with the papers yet. I'm gonna keep those away. I want to avoid those for a little bit.
Uh,
And then
yeah.
yeah, go
Do
on.
you? So obviously, I'm as a out of character thing right now. I've allowed you to give your character like the inventory that the class comes with, right?
Yes.
But because of your situation, how would you describe your bag? How is your? Because obviously you probably don't have a nice leather backpack.
No.
What have you crafted to make your backpack? If you don't mind me asking.
Sure. Probably it would have been a sack that like already existed. I wouldn't say it would be like something I created, probably something that was around the workshop or around whatever I was doing things with the doctor. And now this sack I probably didn't carry on me when I was, actively working, but it was some maybe like shitty leather like bag, maybe not even leather, like some cloth bag that I guess could be used to hold, and not terribly big, not terribly big, but like some like a sack basically that could be used to hold, I guess theoretically like instruments or like other things like medical instruments, but it's decently worn. Maybe I've attempted to like patch it up, in the 3 or 4 years since I've had it, but
Taken scraps of like the fallen crafted or like other leather and just kind of like bolted it on.
yeah, yeah, did some sort of like crude, not even like sewing, but like patchwork barely. And again, maybe I didn't do it. Maybe I like asked some people to like patch it, but it's definitely worse for wear. And I don't have much on me. If you mentioned my inventory, literally like the only things that it would hold would be, I guess any notes or any information that I'd have or gotten previously. um, I don't necessarily would write things down for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'd like to think that I would remember it, or not like a robot perfect memory, but just like if I found it important, I think I would remember it. Or I'd hope I would.
Okay.
But so these would be things from either the doctor or other people's things, or like things that I would find important in terms of like notes or information. And then obviously on the sheet out of character, I have the herbalism kit from the background, but that could be, some like minor like medical tools, like a scalpel, maybe scissors.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Um,
If you want to make that a doctor's tool bag,
yeah,
absolutely.
I'm fine to call it whatever. I think I mean just for general purpose, like assume like very minor stuff. And again, none of these would be in good condition. I don't
Yeah,
think they were in good condition to begin with.
very
Um,
rusty, very not sanitized.
No, no.
But
It would cut if I wanted it to cut. You know what I mean? But it
well,
wouldn't
enough
be
force will get anything through something else.
exact. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of more so what I'm implying. Like very rude doctor's tools. And that's basically it. Though I would have in the bag. So I put these papers probably into the bag. Um, and again, unless you want to say something before we move on, my plan in my brain of action is check the doctor's place one more time. Maybe look at the notes if I really have no other option, and then if nothing else is good, I'm gonna talk to um, the I've already forgotten his name. I'm so sorry.
Ralph.
Shout out to Ralph. I'm gonna talk to Ralph once more and let him know I'm heading west, and then head west and see what happens.
All right.
But that's my plan of action. At least that I'm planning for before I leave.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Are you resting all for the night? You gonna start in the morning, or are you going right now?
I'm gonna go right now.
Okay.
I see no point of waiting, and just so that you're aware, like we can choose to change this as well. Because I know I've heard Warforged can be kind of crazy, but like I don't sleep and
You
I
have a
don't need.
shutdown period.
Yeah, I have a shutdown period where I'm conscious as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Or you're aware of your surroundings, I believe is the wording that
yeah.
it uses.
Oh yeah,
Which,
maybe I can't activate though or something.
so the way that usually plays out is like if you're in your shutdown period for like a long rest, right? Because to
Hmm.
gain the benefit, you still need to like rest and not do
Right,
anything.
right. Yeah, I need to have that refractory period.
Yeah, refractory. um, you still need to rest and all that. The way
Yes.
that usually works is you don't take any negative to a perception check while you're resting. If someone's sneaking up on you guys, so like if I say, "All right, roll a perception check," everyone else is gonna roll like disadvantage because they're asleep. You will just do a normal roll.
Yep, that makes sense to me. Um, and we kind of talked about it, obviously, but as a Warforged, I don't need to eat and drink, but we can with I guess the subclass of the thing that I'm playing, we can, obviously we've talked about it, the need for blood.
Yeah,
Um, even though I don't need to eat, we can consider that like a fuel source or a food source. But
I
I'd say it's not as required, but I mean, you can definitely throw in instances where if there's been a long stretch without it,
I mean, if you
I
want, I
would need
can
to
even
find
make
it.
a pseudo hunger for you, where like without like stocking up on blood, you start getting like stiff,
I'm fine with that because in the
you're lacking a internal lubricant. Basically, you don't run off of oil, you run off of blood.
I'd be more than fine with that because in the specific the text here, um, it says like obviously when I drink blood, I don't need to eat or drink for the next 24 hours, but I wouldn't need to do that anyway. So I'm more than fine to like make those cross sect in a unique way that isn't necessarily an advantage, but something that would be cool for the character. So I'm
Absolutely.
free for that to be run however you think would be interesting, or in either a hunger system or just a general. You just say, hey, by the way, you're running kind of low. What
You're
do you
starting
need?
to get creaky. You need some WD
Yeah,
40, aka
ex-
blood.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
I just want to throw that out there as well.
Absolutely. So you make your way out. You push open the door. Are you cautious as you're going through the streets, or are you because you know you're Billy Badass and most of these people are too starved to actually hurt you that you just make your way through?
Probably. So I guess I would when I first get up, obviously I test like my knee, I test to make sure everything like feels good. And I'm assuming that there was a good job there, so I won't need to be like slow.
He might
So
have
I
over
probably
tightened you a bit. So like
mhm.
there's a bit of like a creak in that knee, but you're sure that after walking for a while it'll loosen up again.
Okay. Yeah, I think I will go out, not necessarily badass, but I don't necessarily think I need to be cautious. Like I know the streets pretty well. People mostly avoid me anyway. I'm probably one of the bigger things out there to begin with.
How tall?
Um,
Give me a description of your character. Like
oh
heights,
yeah,
some
sure.
proportions, all that fun stuff.
Sure. So I am well over 6 feet. I'd say probably like 6'8". Easily 280 pounds. However, the arms and legs are considerably lanky. Um, so the
You
legs
have
are a
a
little bit
high ape
longer.
index.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Legs are a little bit longer than the proportions you'd be expecting. The arms are a little bit longer than the portions you'd be expecting. A little bit thinner, and then and like thick enough to be able to hold mechanical parts, tubes, and then obviously the middle section is where a lot of the mass is
Did
for obvious reasons.
Did you ever watch
Uh,
Rogue One?
yes, yeah. Like basically, I was thinking about
Those
like
kind of
that
proportion.
robot.
Okay, all
Yes,
right. So
yeah,
not exactly same in look, but in those kind of proportions. Okay, gotcha.
yeah. And then the arms aren't like nothing because again there are to further explain. There's
Like
tubes.
a tall orangutan standing upright. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, gotcha. Um, Roll me at advantage a history check.
Okay. I will with advantage. Okay. Oh,
And you can choose to swap out your wisdom for it if you want. So what you can do on this character sheet we've given you, you can come over to, let me open up your character sheet real quick, the assistant. Next to every skill, you'll see that it has like int,
uh,
strength, blah, blah, blah.
yeah. I can just press the button, right?
You hit the pencil at the top to edit,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could go over to history and swap it out to like wisdom if that's higher for you.
Oh, I can actually do that as well. Okay. Did you do that, or am I going to do that?
You can do that if you want.
Okay, I'll do it history and then change that to
Wisdom, yeah, because this is more
wisdom.
like a street knowledge kind of a thing of the area that you've lived in for a long time. So
Okay.
I would
Would that
say
be closer to survival then, which is wisdom anyway?
it's more of a history thing we're going for though,
Okay.
like urban legends, factoids, things like
Yes.
that.
Okay. Okay. Sure. I've switched it over and I've got advantage click. Do you want me to roll that now?
Go for it.
Okay. Boom.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
Here is some stories of things that you've been aware of in your time here.
Mhm.
What's up, Sonny? And yes, we are nerds. How you doing today?
I'm gonna change it back, or do you want me to keep it as his wisdom for a little bit?
Your call.
Okay.
It's
I'm
your
gonna change
character
it just
sheet.
so well, do more so just so. Oh, you went as like a permanent thing. Keep it wisdom.
No, 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 no. You. Uh, in this specific instance, a history check with wisdom made more sense, but you can switch it back whenever you want, basically, right now.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. I
so
just wanted to make sure I wasn't confused in
off
case I
the
needed to
top of
roll
my
it again.
head, I don't think you're going to be doing another wisdom check, right?
Okay.
So, as you're walking through the streets, you see these like, you know, droids, these crafted beings who are like missing arms, eyes are hanging by like wires and like vines that the druids have crafted and grown to make it so they can push the energy of the mana crystals through. Just like impoverished people and all that. And with that, fuck, what was that roll again? That was like a 20 something?
The 21.
21, yeah. That 21. You you're just remembering like stories that you've heard and things that you've seen. One of which is the Beast of the Stacks,
Okay.
which you thought was an urban legend for years, until one day you actually saw it, and supposedly this was almost an inspiration for the Doctor.
Okay.
It is a creature of unknown race that was basically forced to consume raw mana crystal while being augmented with mechanical parts.
And the doctor didn't create this.
The Doctor didn't create this. It was an
Okay.
urban legend primarily until you saw it yourself one day. And what
Okay.
you saw was this hulking beast of like changing shape, kind of like it would go from like a hairy thing to scale to uh, bare skin, so on and so forth,
Okay.
with a massive pair of arms that had like liquid mana crystal stored in it, and it you watched it spray a large sentry drone of some kind, basically like a 10-foot tall, carved out of stone, crafted entity
Hmm.
that is made to be like a riot bot, basically. And
Okay.
you watched it literally melt this thing before your eyes. It was
Okay.
during what's called the recycling day,
Hmm.
which is where the higher ups and the people in the refineries and all that realize that, oh, we don't have enough scrap metal, we don't have enough this. Let's go through the stacks and basically clear the streets of whatever we can get our hands on and just melt it down.
Hmm.
And that includes Warforged, people with augments on them, anything with like hex crystal or decent amounts of metal on them.
Okay.
Which was a day that you had to kind of like, this was like early on in your awakening after the Doctor left.
Okay.
And you had to like run from certain things and hide. And
Hmm. So yeah, so I wouldn't have like this was if this was like very soon after, I wouldn't have had much of the abilities that I have now, or not abilities, but like the I guess
abilities would be a good term, yeah. Because like
yeah
the Doctor had built you to be different. So,
Right.
despite being a construct, you have natural growth about you.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
get
So
stronger,
like
you can get faster, things
the
like that.
dexterity, the yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
And with this being so young in your time, you knew that you had to get the fuck off the streets. And
Yeah.
while you're doing that, you had ran into one of these sentry drones.
Hmm.
If you want like a mental visual, the giant robot from RoboCop,
Okay. Okay.
but crafted out of
But fucking
stone.
like stone and 10. Yeah, yeah. Huge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
huge. And as this thing is bearing down on you and several other crafted, and maybe a couple, you know, poor denizens here and there, there is this howl that fills the air as a beast jumps from one of the decrepit buildings on top of it and begins to just melt this thing down with pure, undiluted mana, basically.
Hmm.
Other stories include what now you've kind of connected the dots are the doctor, a mysterious man. They called him the Bagman,
Okay.
and there's stories of this mysterious man that went through the streets and drugged people and pulled them into secret underground tunnels within the stacks and forcibly altered them, against their religion and things like that. It was, stories to keep the kids off the streets. And
Yep.
you realize that this was just people telling stories about your doctor,
Right.
not quite knowing what he was doing. Because,
Hmm.
someone gets injured on a worksite incident, they go missing for a couple days and they come back, with a robotic arm. People are like, what the hell happened to you? They go,
Right.
oh, I met this doctor in the stacks, which knowing the stacks, uh, that's a weird sentence. That's like if I said, "Oh yeah, no, I just went to Tijuana and went to get a medical procedure."
Yeah.
You did fucking what now?
Yeah. The doctor. They have those here. But yeah.
So you've heard these tales, and over the last year that you've been in the area, you've heard tales about you
Yes.
of the blood drinker. They equate you to like a chupacabra, basically, because
Yeah.
sometimes your urges, you need blood.
Right.
You're gonna get blood.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I was actually going to ask because I um was curious about the reception of myself in the town because I would at least imagine or not imagine but I would probably have some sort of not necessarily like a full like cloak on but definitely something to cover my upper body and arms for the most part and then it kind of like would blend in probably to some of the other warforged but still be you know what I mean like
You,
if people didn't know like they didn't know but like if I was like out and I was like consuming or sucking blood probably it'd be like holy shit
I
you know.
think the biggest giveaway for you is your hands, correct?
Yeah, the hands and the arms, I think, because there would be obviously we talked about the my hands or forearms, I guess, would have needles coming out of them, but these would be connected to tubes that would run through my arms into like the central part of my body as well.
They basically run directly to your heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like to travel. You've managed to like take like tarp and various cloths used
Yes.
to cover things from the ash storms that appear in town. And you've managed to combine enough that you are like this heavily bundled mass walking through, very mysterious, stranger looking, but
Hmm.
you're in the stacks. No one really cares,
Right. Yes. Exactly.
and so no one really ever recognizes you. But you have heard tale of the blood drinker, and there's a gnomish name for you now,
Oh, okay.
which basically translates to the drain.
Hmm. Okay.
They believe you to be an entity walking around at night, stalking evildoers. Because, as you and me discussed, you do prefer trying to find people that are causing problems than just sleeping beggars on the street.
It's easier to I guess explain away a death or an injury when no one cares about the person that's being killed or injured.
Bad cat to punch a dog. Welcome back, Sonny.
Damn.
Don't punch
Based.
dogs. Yeah. So, like, you're not quite Batman vigilante, but it is
Right.
easier to get away with drinking the blood of your victims when it's the local meth dealer, right?
Yeah, yeah. Someone that won't be no one's gonna be looking into it. No one's gonna give a shit about the person. So it's a little it's more convenient for me. Um maybe there is like a sense of justice that I'm not either seeing or I'm like trying to like put aside, but it is just or at least well, initially it was a convenience thing.
Someone no one will miss looks at all the poor people.
Well, yeah, that's the intention. There's a few that are probably better off. That's like, oh, this person went missing. No one's gonna give a shit. Whereas like, oh, this person went missing. Oh, maybe XYZ, right?
So as we mentioned, the stacks is where like all the poor people live and all like the forgotten and ignored robots and all that.
Yeah.
Um,
But there's still like internal
it's
communities,
not
right?
to say that the stacks is a prison colony, but a
No.
lot of the prisoners are put in here. It's not on the
Uh,
map because I made this map last minute because I'm making a map for every individual player because every individual
which is
player
nuts.
is living in a different fucking area.
And again, to just sidetrack a little bit more here, there's 11 people. There is 13 people in the server. One's the bot, one's Wise. There is 11 different players in this setting.
Sonny, you live in a jungle. You're easy. I literally just put grass down and then it's like you live here.
GG. So there isn't anyone that are gonna be like either similar or like sharing a background or because one of as we talked, this is a big sidetrack now, but one of the characters I was considering or a version of this character actually had a background share with another version of Sylvia's characters.
Which we've now combined to share with the
Which
doctor.
Yes, exactly. Which we've turned into what the doctor is, which is slightly different than both intentions, but I think it's really good.
It isn't what the doctor is. This was a advancement off of you.
Yes.
So on your body somewhere is a maker's mark, a symbol of the doctor,
Yes.
which is very, going back to an FMA standpoint, a very like alchemical looking symbol with a number inside of it. And you are number 2.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It could be a transcript. Where would you say this mark is on you? That's fully your choice.
I'd say either it definitely somewhere it's the doctor's preference to try to keep things neater, definitely on somewhere the midline of my body, whether that's in the middle of my chest or like the middle of my back. One of
Gotcha.
those two places. Probably chest if I had to guess, because that's probably where a lot of the operating was. He probably when he finished stamped that right there.
Yeah.
Or did something to make that appear.
It's like
And
chiseled, branded, welded in. It's permanent.
oh, for sure.
And
I take a lot of pride in that symbol as well too, actually.
I'll even go so far as to say that it's possibly magical because like in the times that you've gone out, that someone's fought back and you've been injured, right? That maybe you've taken a part from a craft that was fully dead and like reforged it onto your chest to cover a wound, and that accidentally covered the mark, or you had no choice. The mark still overlays on top of that newly added piece.
Yes. Yeah. I'd actually venture to say that that's correct. And not something unknown to me. That's something that I would have known about before the doctor left. So that's why I'm comfortable doing that, because I wouldn't normally cover that. Because again, that's something I'm proud of. I'll keep it hidden on my body, like when I have clothing on, but it's not something I would be ashamed of.
Well, not just that though, but like people. So Ralph, his arm has a doctor's mark on it. There's no number inside though.
Okay.
There's no number. So you could assume that these numbers are implication that these are the doctor's projects for his apogenesis project.
Yes. Yep.
For trying to forcibly make a new aspect.
Okay. And I think too with that's obviously something I'm aware of. This isn't something that I would have cared to ask the doctor about before, but in the absence, as I'm kind of gaining more questions,
you've had a couple of years.
Yeah, this is something that I now am curious about, and would, if I see the doctor or have know someone about it, something I would ask, like, hey, this is 2. Is there a 1? Is there a 3? Etc.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously there has to be a 1 somewhere, and you've never met a 2, or you've never met a 3.
Right.
But
I've never met anyone else with a number. Have I? Or maybe I wouldn't.
Roll me a
maybe
1d100. So you put
1d100. Okay.
/R.
I was just gonna do at the top here. I can do that.
That's gonna roll.
That's a 5. Wait, is that correct, or did I roll that wrong?
Let me see. You can just click that. That just does that.
Oh yeah, in the top left-hand corner, there's the dice.
That is new.
That drop down.
Okay.
I've used that before. Again, that might be wrong because I'm not seeing.
Huh. Okay. That's new. So what used to be was when you clicked on that, it threw a 3D dice on the game that fucking crashed roll 20.
Oh, that's actually in the settings. If you go to your settings, there is dice options. There's enable 3D dice.
So they removed that because it was bad. It was so bad.
I've always played with it off by default, but I guess that could have easily been something in the game that is now a by default off. But you could turn it on, but I'm not going to
No,
try
I'm
to.
not going to turn that. No,
My
no.
ass isn't touching it.
If you could just click that bet. So that's a 5, you said?
I rolled a 5 out of 100.
Nah, if it works, it works. So let's see here. Out of 5, no, you've not met any of the other numbers.
Okay. Yeah,
You've
and
met
that's to be
you've
expected.
met other Warforged that share similarities to you. You've met one individual who was basically a dwarven head put onto a Warforged body, basically. Like he had like a
Oh,
full body augmentation, right?
oh, okay.
But he was not made by the doctor.
Okay. Oh, so I've seen some other like weird stuff. So again, I guess trying to sidetrack our like 8 conversation things. You were describing the beast as well, or I guess you were describing the tales that I'd heard of. One being the beast, the doctor, and then myself.
Yeah. The beast is not a old enough tale for you to think that the doctor worked on it
Right.
because you were around. And
Yes.
then Tales of the Beast came about, right?
Okay.
So this happened after the Doctor. So it could have been something the Doctor made after he left, and then it made its way back to Caldera, but you're not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would I have any reason to think that? I guess like would I be like would I from what I've seen would I think like, oh, this is the doctor's work, or would I easily be able to discern, no, this isn't something he did.
That is your call.
Hmm. I think regardless, um, I think I want to go. Assuming nothing else occurs, I want to go back to the doctor's place, and
Okay.
do one final sweep. You know, kind of go through that list of my mental, like, you know, do the sweep, check out the papers, then maybe head west. You know, assuming each of the previous things are a bust.
Okay. So, again, you're making your way through the streets. You're hearing, just the bells and whistles of a. For those of you who aren't aware, this is a weird thing to say. My campaign takes a lot of inspiration from the setting Runeterra from League of
Okay.
Legends. I'm not pulling one for one, but for example, Caldera is heavily themed after Zon. And
Okay.
with Arcane being a show that was very popular, I'm sure a lot of people have seen Zon.
Okay. I mean, that's like the prime DM thing too, from what I understand. Is just you basically just pull cool pieces from everywhere and
And you
like
two
stitch them
your
together.
twist on
Yeah.
them, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is the best way to world build, is because if someone's already done something well,
It's good for a reason.
it's good
Yeah.
for a reason, right?
Yeah.
So you can just take bits and pieces from that. The difference is that the Zon here in this setting, Caldera, doesn't have a Piltover. There's not a City of Light here. It's just shit.
It's based.
So, as you're making your way through, there's slums, dirt everywhere. A ash storm is picking up. Now, with your lack of needing to breathe, not much of an issue.
Right.
So as you continue to make your way through the streets, you see all kinds of other crafted, and these are, with the crafted being more along the lines of programmed and less along the lines of being sentient.
Right.
They just kind of stare at you. There is a character that you are familiar with that's near the doctor's residence. And I'll let you think of a nickname for him, but he's
Okay.
basically just a butler bot.
Okay.
And whenever,
Oh, go on.
go ahead.
I was gonna ask you to describe them, but it sounded like you were going
Yeah.
to give another descriptor
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
Roughly a 5'9" humanoid looking bot, built very thin,
Mm-hmm.
with a like fake copper, like a beard applied to him that looks like it's just like ribbons of copper. Obviously, someone very rich owned this thing at some point in time to put the craftsman work and the money into getting this crafted. He has a copper beard that kind of goes down into strands. At this point in time in his existence, it has been like eroded and turned green from rust and such. He wears whatever tatters remain of his butler's uniform, and he's kind of gone insane, right? But
Okay.
whenever you pass him by, he just walks to you as if you are someone he knows. Good morning, sir. How can I assist you this great day? You seem to be lost in this most mischievous place.
Hey, Butler, how you doing? And I kind of like sigh. I'm like very like a. It's good. Like I'm glad to like see him, but it's the classic. He does the same thing every time, type of thing.
Oh, excellent, sir. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for taking so much care for me, a lowly butler. You look famished, sir. Would you like this? And he holds out what looks like a piece of wood with what looks to be poorly, like a mud brick kind of appearance, platter top. He goes, "You look famished, sir." And he pulls it up, and it is what looks to be like 3 fingers and 5 dead rats.
And I kind of like put my hand out and like brush it away. Like no, I'm good. Thank you again though. And I kind of continue walking, like knowing he's probably gonna like follow and continue to talk
For
to me.
like a good bit,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sir, I understand. Be careful today, sir. I get that you are a fully organic individual. He can't seem to see that you are a 6'8"
Not.
robot,
Yeah.
uh, or whatever sensors are built into him. He notices that you have organic bits.
Okay.
He goes, "Sir, but be careful today. The recycling is upon us soon."
They're recycling. Like
Yes.
already.
Well, it has been a year, sir.
It has been. Has there been any word of the nobles securing specific parts of town yet?
Well,
I'm definitely like more like I didn't know that was going on. I'm definitely more like oh shit, you know.
well, let's see here. I'm not quite sure, sir, but if you want, I can go ahead and look and ask others questions.
No, no. Go if you could do this for me. Could you go and find somewhere to hide? Actually,
I
that
believe the
would be.
Thieves Guild is currently holding refuge for those of us who have something to offer.
Hmm. I kind of think about it for a bit. I'm trying to. Hmm.
Also, sir, thank you so very much for taking concern for one as lowly as me.
Of course, of course. Make sure you're safe there. Would you find refuge at the Thieves Guild?
I I could offer them my services, sir, but then that would require me to, in other words, be cheating on you.
And that is of no concern. Has there been anyone? So this is near the doctor's residence, or is it
You've walked like a mile.
okay? Um, has there been? Have you been near the residence? Would he be familiar if I mentioned the doctor's residence again, or
Have
would
you
like I have to give
so
this
have
location?
you talked to him about the doctor? I'm guessing you probably questioned him about the doctor and all that.
Yeah, yeah. I probably questioned him. He probably did. If I had to guess, didn't know much. He either knows next to nothing or knows something, but that doesn't realize it's like important.
Um,
Um,
more likely than not, he probably Sylvia has redeemed water cooling. So let's drink some water
Woo,
after
I'll
this.
drink some water.
Thank you, Sylvia. I need to hydrate you, so you need to hydrate. Understood. Understood.
Hmm.
Understood.
Yes.
So the doctor's a super vague title. The doctor never gave you his name.
Right,
Rolf
right,
doesn't know his fucking name. Rolf calls him the
right.
doctor.
I
The butler, who doesn't have a name, he's just the butler.
yeah.
He's like when you first talked about it, he goes, "I know multiple doctors, sir, but in this place I would not find their documentation reputable."
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. I guess my just by the nature of the work and the impersonality that is like the doctor, like him not, I guess, being caring to assign names. That's kind of like rubbed off on me more so. So like I'm more than fine like referring to the doctor as the doctor, the assistant, myself as the assistant,
The
and then
butler is the butler.
other unnamed things or like other nicknames would just be the action they perform
You
or
do
some
know that the
characteristic.
neighborhood the doctor lives in is called the Hollows,
Hmm.
so you could
Okay.
try to
Yeah,
specify if you want.
I would ask just like as I'm continuing to walk, I'm speeding up the pace a little bit. Probably kind of like motioning the doctor to keep up with me, or not the doctor, the butler. Um, and I would probably, you said the Hollows.
The Hollows.
Have you noticed anything of anyone or any of the nobles around the Hollows recently?
Not any of the heads of houses, sir, but I have noticed some of their children in the area. They're just taking baseball bats and canes to poorly manufactured droids, if I may say.
Hmm. And that's like not anything new though, right?
They're not usually in the hollows. The hollows are okay. So the like noble district is more so over here. It's near its own water supply. Uh,
Right.
like you have estates instead of like a bunches of houses and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
So like this is like more compactly
Not the
tight.
slums. Yeah.
It's not the slums. It's rich. They have the water supply. Usually they work their way. The kids explore or make dares and bets to go explore like these portions of the area.
Yeah, but that's like dangerous.
The Thieves Guild, which is the Bucket of Brass. It's a bar called the Bucket of Brass in the slums. It's also the den for the Thieves' Den. Is right
Hmm.
next to several of these magma flows because they realize
Okay.
that no one wants to go near there. You live roughly somewhere over here, so you usually see the kids do their heinous acts to the robots. The
Yeah.
Hollows is over here. It is the furthest point from fresh water. It is where the more desperate people live. It is where
Way out of
the
the way.
like the doctor, other people do their experiments. Mad geniuses. It's where the drug dealer dens are. A lot of burnt
Hmm.
down houses over here. Also called the Hollows because there's a drug that's popular there called the Hollowing.
Hmm.
That it's literally a drug marketed towards people who have nothing else to live for. So
Okay.
because when you
Oh,
take it,
it's. Oh, go on.
go ahead.
I was gonna say it's similar to the because I know you played Crying Suns. It's the whatever that drug was. The like you take it once and you're like instantly addicted for like the rest of your life.
Yes, yes, but it
Yeah.
takes you to a much. Everything is better, basically. It's
Okay.
a very potent, long-standing hallucinogenic drug made with mana crystal. You can tell someone has taken it. One of the reasons it's called the Halloween is because when someone takes it, they begin to look more like a hollow from Dark Souls. Basically, they get
Oh.
sunken in. Their skin grows pale. Their eye they get very dry. It's an end of life drug, basically.
Okay. But you're taking it when there's nothing else left and you want to at least have something good.
Like if you know for a fact you cannot reintegrate into society, or hell, sometimes there's been a story of one or two nobles who have been caught in a fraud or some kind of like a mischievous event,
Scandalous thing. Yeah,
some
yeah.
scandalous. Thank you, scandalous was the word I'm looking for. And they just said, "Fuck it," and they just took the Halloween and gone.
Hmm.
Like within months, they are no longer the same person.
Okay. Okay.
And so the doctor lived in the Hollows.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
very weird to see the kids out here.
Hmm. Interesting. I probably don't think it's related to the doctor, but I think I'm heading there anyway. So I think for a little bit because I was going to try to send the butler to the guild to say like, all right, like I'm gonna continue going, but you go. But I'm not quite sure when the recycling has started or like if it's gonna be soon or what's going on there because I was kind of out of commission for a little bit.
It is possibly
So
soon, sir. As
why
in starting now or 72 hours? Not quite sure. My internal timing is wrong.
hmm,
I for-
why why don't you come with me, Butler? I'm heading up to the Hollows here. We're gonna go to the Hollows, and then we're gonna go back to the Thieves Guild afterwards, and then I'll drop you off there if you don't mind.
Understood, sir. I do have a form of protecting you if so needed.
Oh, then what might that be? I kind of like ask amused.
He his protocols have gotten a little wonky, right? So some things are not quite all there. He just
Yeah,
kind
yeah, yeah.
of drops the plate off to the side and he reaches into a compartment in his chest and pulls out a smooth stone crossbow looking device.
But where did you get that?
I found it off of one of the beggars. He put his hands on me, and a droid of my making could not possibly be harassed by such individuals. And when I did not give him any food or any attention, he decided to pull this weapon on me. My assumption is he might have been the local guard captain who was caught recently diddling the kids.
I kind of chuckled myself.
So my assumption is he possibly took some Halloween himself. And when he pulled the weapon on me, I was quite surprised. So I took the platter I had with me, which is why I have to improvise with this wooden plate. Sorry, sir, my problem. Forgive
No
me.
worries.
And I
Absolutely.
beat him to death with it. And I took the device. From my assumption, my internal catalogs of knowledge indicate that this is a firebolt pistol.
So he has a gun. Would I
Yes.
be able to recognize that
Yes.
he has a gun?
He has a gat.
Yeah, my man got to keep that motherfucking thing on him, dude. So I'm not like terribly worried, but I'm like, hey mate. Oh, immediately I'm like, I like chuckle. I'm like, hey, like don't wave that around. I appreciate the effort. Definitely keep that safe. And I think for a second, do you know how to use that?
Not at all, sir. It's not in any of my protocols.
Fantastic. He's like gripping the barrel of it.
Oh, he's holding it properly,
Okay,
but
okay.
like, if this man's gonna shoot, there's no bonus to it.
No.
It's
Okay,
a
okay, okay.
straight 1d20 if he hits.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
Um,
I guess as we're walking, I kind of chuckle and pat him, and I said, "Keep that. I appreciate it, or I appreciate it, but maybe keep that to yourself.
Thank you,
We
sir.
shouldn't
Thank you.
run into any trouble."
Absolutely. The good news is, well, so I don't know about you. Do you have a covering for your face in order to breathe in this storm? The storm has picked up. The ash storm has gotten to the point to where like you are losing visibility down the corridor as you're walking.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these houses here are stacked like 4-story high.
Yeah. So the wind just like blows through them.
It blows through them, and there's long, narrow alleyways
Yeah.
everywhere.
Okay. I appreciate the concern, but I'm good. I've got my face covering right here, and I like gesture to my face, and there's like nothing there. But like knowing he'll
I
like
mean,
take
you
that
could
as like
gesture the
a
metal
warning.
plate on your face. You go, "Oh, sir, it looks excellent. You'll fit right in."
Thank you. I appreciate it. Kind of like you're like not amusing, but what would the term be? Like I'm just like yes, of course. I
Un- Understood.
yeah, and
Continue.
I'm cutting to talk with him like just chat. I don't think that I have any other questions for him related to the hollow or the doctor. But I want him to be, I guess, right next to me or behind me as I'm walking. So I'm like chatting with him to keep him there.
Understood, sir. Absolutely. And you guys just continue chatting. He asks you like 100 questions. Sir, do you need water? Do
Yeah,
you need this? Do you need that? Da, 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 da. Sir, there's a scuff on your boot, which is just your skin at this point.
yeah.
As you make it about 3/4 of the way there,
Okay.
a siren begins to slowly go off.
I assume I would recognize that as the beginning of the recycling or something, or is this something
Correct.
different?
It
Yes.
is the beginning of the recycling. Or
Shit.
it could be a raid, but either
It
way.
could be something. Do I see other people around? Like what? How's the visibility? And like what do I? Well, I guess what do I see?
At this point, the visibility has gotten to a point where you can see maybe 20 feet in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you see someone, they are immediately just running.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So if they're like a fully organic being or someone who's been hollowed, they just kind of sit there. They don't really care,
Mm-hmm.
or they're making their way
Alright.
to cover just because of the ash storm. But like you'll see like drones asking, "What what is the problem? What am I? What is that alarm?" And just
Right.
very
Right.
seeming very unaware of the
Confused.
situation.
Okay.
You'll see humanoids though, like there's a goblin with a giant pincer claw strapped to his arm that he's dragging behind him because it wasn't properly shaped to him.
Right.
Like running, where do I go? I have no clue where I'm going. Fuck, they're gonna take my arm. And they're just like
Okay.
either
It.
running off in distances and such.
Mm-hmm. I like immediately like kind of like hunch over a little bit and then like put my like hand on the butler's shoulder and kind of like have him get down and I like turn to him and like quickly like say like whisper but like a little bit loud. It's like, all right, we're quiet now. We're still going to the doctor's house, but I need you to be quiet and I need you to stay with me. And I'm gonna try to, maybe it's a longer route, but I'm gonna try to still go towards the hollow, towards the house, but in a way that like I think won't attract attention, or maybe like a further back alleyway, like a longer way, but something that I think would be attract less attention, or I'd see less people.
Understood, sir. Not a problem at all. I can be quiet as a mouse, though I would kill most mouse.
Thank you, please. I need you to be quiet.
Understood. I mean, understood, sir.
Perfect. I kind of drag him as well. I'm trying to like keep my hand on him at this point because I don't want him to like venture too far away. And like
Gotcha.
keep him down as we're like moving pretty quickly now.
You're picking up your pace And again, because of the storm, you figure that you can actually maybe stand up a bit more than you're doing and
Okay.
get fast because the wind is starting to howl. It is kind
Okay.
of covering up everything, and things are getting very chaotic. There's more and more people running, and through the howling wind, this screeching noise as it whistles through blown out windows and pipes in narrow alleyways, you feel a vibration in the air
Okay.
as overhead an airship flies overhead. This is not so airships in this setting are much more, they look just like regular boats,
Okay.
maybe a bit more aerodynamic. They don't have like that hot air balloon attachment. Instead, there's usually like massive glowing crystals underneath them that are kind of forcing them up into the air. And the energy they give off literally are shaking the dust off of the walls that sit there.
Okay. But it's like literally looks like a boat, like it's like a ship boat.
Yeah, I'll show
Okay.
you, I'll share some images on like Twitter and stuff later. Granted, it
Sure.
won't
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
my art, so I'll have to find like the sources. But I'll show you some examples of stuff that I have.
No worries. A stretch.
Oh, there's a stretch. Bet.
Ugh.
And actually, we are an hour and a half in. We'll go another 30 minutes, and then we might be able to do a short little break, refill our drinks, take a piss. It is D&D. It is long form.
Would you want to do a break right now? Is now a good time? I'd be fine to do like a 5 minute if you wanted.
We can do a quick
Or is there
5 minute.
something you wanted to? Yeah, is there something you want to describe first before we?
I do
we
want to
break?
describe first. Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
As that is happening, you see several the armor of the company guard, because if I haven't described it properly, Caldera is very company owned. The companies that process and mine and create with this crystal are the nobles.
Yes.
Their guards have the best gear. The guard armor is enhanced naturally through like the mana crystals, so you can see their outlines even in like it's not very stealthy. They're very like riot raid gear type stuff. So as this airship flies overhead, this roughly 70-foot airship, about 15 feet wide, the back end of it opens up, and several guards jump out, and you can see their outline. Like, so like where the chest plate ends, there's this light blue glow. And where their helmets are, their eyes are glowing red. If you made it leather, like hard leather with like slight metal plating on it, have you ever seen what's the anime called? Jinro?
No, actually, I'm not.
I'll show you some later. They're the Stormtrooper.
Okay. I'm looking up Jinro. Oh, yes, I'm familiar with what these look like.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jinro.
Yes. Okay.
They look very Jinro-esque with Magitech weapon in a hand. Obviously, so the most common Magitech weapon, gun, it just shoots the firebolt spell, right? But different variants shoot it in different ways. A shotgun Magitech weapon or a spread gun shoots several of those in a very short range, but in a wide cone. A machine gun will throw 30 of them at you, but doesn't have any kind of bonus to hitting you. Things like that. Part of the recycling, because as years have gone on and people have made more advancements to the crafted, some crafted have a self-preservation quality to them, and it's gotten more dangerous to do that.
Oh, for sure.
So they've brought in actual corporate police forces to ensure they can get the scrap metal they need.
Okay. So is it just those guys or like those things, or is there like others with them that are disembarking, or is it just right now?
As far as you can see, because even through the dust storm, that glow is so strong. It's part of like an intimidation tactic, right? Because when you see the glow coming 30 feet through an ash storm, you're going to be scared shitless. This airship goes like easily like a quarter mile away from you and drops these guys off, but you can still see it.
Okay. Do they see me?
No, there's zero chance in hell they see you.
Okay.
Like if you rolled a nat 1 on your stealth, I'd still say they don't see you.
Really? Okay. I wasn't sure how close they dropped.
Yeah, because the storm is getting bad, and you're just like 2 blocks down away from the doctor's house now.
Okay.
Do you?
Yeah. I see them, and I think I'm gonna still try to make it to the doctor's house. I'm just try to get there and then maybe hunker down there is my plan with the butler.
Gotcha. The the corporate guard is there for heavy resistance.
Hmm.
Um, and if something else breaks out, you're sure they're not going to be there. There still will be nobles and like their personal guards catching people up, though. So that'll be
Okay.
harder to see, but they'll be around. Um, so you said you're being a little bit stealthier.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna try to since we're so close. Definitely trying to be stealthy, but understand that like. So I think like my at least train of thought is that if I can get into the building, like we can probably hide there or at least maintain some sort of cover
All right,
there.
roll me a stealth at advantage because of the ash storm.
Absolutely. Let me get that up. Roll advantage and then stealth. Oh, you're gonna like this.
I'm rolling for the butler. Holy shit!
I have a high dex and I have a stealth. I have a whatever it's called, proficiency in stealth. Surprisingly enough, it's more so it's
All
a
right,
not necessarily a physical stealth. It's more of a I can blend in, or I can I understand like surroundings enough, and
the
it's
butler does in fact roll a 15.
good. Thank God. Good shit.
Um, he does what he needs to do. So you guys make it. You make it the last of the blocks in to towards the doctor's house, and we will transfer maps here soon.
Okay.
We have this map over here that I made for you, and it might take a bit to load.
Absolutely. Would we like to break then here?
I am down to break here. Yes,
Sure. Just like a quick 5 minute or. All right.
and let me see how this is popping up on.
Yeah. Now I guess you need to get a new character, huh? Didn't expect me to take a dude with me.
I did not, so I have to make one real quick, but that's fine. That's fine by me. I also have this cameraman token that I am in control of that can just be a placeholder for literally anything. It is just my face.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And
Uh,
I can move this around as needed. Okay, based.
did I put this on the right spot? Let's see. Here, let me alter this bad boy real quick.
No worries. We know how to do it now, so no worries.
Yeah, we did have some technical issues before we started, which is why we started a little bit late. Edit this token represents uh, cameraman. Boom. And over here, we will take cameraman and move cameraman over here. And we will delete this one. Boop. And cameraman here will be your assistant.
Okay, sounds good to me. I'm
And
just trying to figure out.
from
Yeah.
there, we will take a short break, and then I'll place you where you will be starting, and I'll let you know
Yes.
which houses are what, and I'll give you all the descriptions then. But let's do a quick break real quick. We are going to get some water, and we will be back here shortly.
Hell yeah. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I gotta take a piss. That's why I suggested it a little bit earlier. All that water is flowing through me. All right.
Hello, everyone. We are back. We are back. We are back. How's everyone doing today? I got my drink refilled. How you doing, Atlas? All right, sweet. You have made your way to the Hollows. The person that is just my face next to you, that will be the butler. And in the Hollows, these clay golem tokens are just going to be like bunches of warforged or crafted that are just kind of like huddled up, avoiding the storm so that way their servos, gears, and other things don't get jammed up. So they are not combatants. What are combatants is all the way up here in this corner, coming into the neighborhood, causing problems, is the noble. Oh wait, you're still muted. There we go.
Wait, am I?
Right. No.
Okay.
No, for the stream. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 guards and a noble. 5 guards. And we're gonna move these guys all the way up here to the top of the neighborhood, as they are entering in from the walled side of the neighborhood.
Okay.
The doctor's house, I will cover in a colored box so you can easily see it.
Okay.
Let me see here. The doctor's house is this one over here. Looks more lab-like. We will draw a shape. What color do you want for the doctor's house?
Maybe we can give it red for now.
Okay. That in the red box is the doctor's house.
Okay.
All right. Boom. Initiative. Let's go.
Okay. Would I just real quick? So obviously I'm familiar with this area, and I see that there is the main entrance there, the doctor's house. Would I know of any secret ways to get into the doctor's house?
This is his primary lab and abode.
This is residence. Okay.
Yeah, there was the lab itself was like deconstructed when he left.
Mm-hmm.
His residence is kind of all you have. You have not found any secret entrances or secret anything like that yet.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. So you'd like me to roll initiative? Is what we're saying?
Absolutely, if you're willing to.
Okay. Oh, also, I don't know if you're aware of this. It doesn't matter here, but when you need to make sure that people, when they roll initiative, are clicked on their characters, or else it won't actually assign it to the character sometimes.
Correct.
So yeah, that rolled it for the assistant, but sometimes it'll just like have you roll, but it won't put you on the turn order.
Right.
That's something that I've familiarized with D20 or roll 20.
And I'll ask this per combat, especially when we have a larger group of players.
Sure.
When there's stuff like 5 guards sitting around, right? Do you want me to roll individually for all of them this time, or do you want me to roll they all move on the same turn?
I'm fine with whatever works. I've done both, and I feel that that's up to the DM's discretion.
I think for session 0 at the time being, we are just going to have them send it.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Initiative. Look fairly to have selected a token, but no tokens are available. What do you mean? I selected a token.
I think you drew on a token. You sure you don't have the box still?
Oh, I have a box still. Damn, you got me.
I thought so. I was looking at that. I was like, that's a weird square there. I wonder why that's there.
Nah, that's just there. Don't worry about it. Okay, the guard. All right, and then we will add in the noble. All right, let me get the noble character in here. Boom. Noble is going to be this right here. And then the butler will be working on your time.
Okay. What is his movement speed? Out of curiosity, or
What is
if that's something I would know.
What is the noble's movement speed? You would not know.
Oh no, I meant the butler's. Sorry.
Oh, he has 30.
He has 30 as well. Okay, cool. Yep, that's what I wanted to confirm. If I knew that. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that is the turn. All right.
Okay.
It looks like you are going. The noble will be going first.
Okay.
As you enter in, you won't be able to hear anything. Also, for
Of course,
any any stealth checks you want to do, you'll have advantage because everything is currently covered in ash. You can
Okay.
see maybe 20 feet ahead of you.
Okay.
But you'll have advantage on all those checks because you are familiar with the area. These guards and nobles are not.
Mm-hmm. I'm perfectly fine with this. Is there a out of curiosity though? Do you know if there's like a fog of war thing for?
There is. I was trying to get it to work, and for some reason, it was just blacking out the screen. It has been so long
Ooh.
since I've run Roll20 properly that I have I've done so many in-person games that I have forgotten how to do that. Thankfully, they have a nice, simple, what's the word I'm looking for here? Tutorial on YouTube for it.
Okay.
So I'll
Yeah,
just go
I
through
think
that.
if I remember from a previous campaign, I think what it is you have to. It's not like a per character thing. You have to manually like cut out spaces and stuff.
Oh, I already cut
So
them out.
yeah.
The lines are already there.
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay.
here, let me just give you a quick example of what it looks like real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying
Stacks,
we try to get to work
dynamic
now. I
lighting,
was just curious.
boom, boom, and we will bring the brightness down here. Update when token drop, correct. And save settings. Is
Oh,
it just
yeah,
pitch
okay.
black for you now?
Yeah, it's just a black box.
And I believe I've given you vision as well. So, yeah,
You have
I
to
got to
add
figure out how
literal
to get
light
that to
sources
work.
the walls. Yeah, that definitely for another time. I was just curious. Okay, cool.
Just want to show you. Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
we are over here.
Mm-hmm.
Noble's turn. The Noble is going to move. How many feet does Noble move? Noble.
I assume a normal amount, but
Yeah, the Noble is going to move. Yep. You hear no tangible
Nothing.
words, but you hear the simple wah, 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 like overrun by heavy breathing as the Noble.
So
Go ahead.
so you're saying I can hear them?
You can
confirm?
you can hear something. There's very loud
Okay.
yelling.
Oh, really? Okay, okay. I just wanted to confirm. They're like 300 feet away, right?
Do you want to do a quick escaping of the map and see how far away it actually is?
Yeah, I think it's like 300. I'm more than yeah.
You are correct. The fact that you can hear it implies that maybe this guy might know some magic and is using like a thaumaturgy spell.
Okay. Okay, so I can definitely hear it, and it's so not normal. Okay.
Yeah, it's echoing through the clouds.
Is that in the direction that the airship dropped? I assume.
No, the airship dropped way to the west of you.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay.
It is the next turn.
All right. I am going to, so I hear that I'm being cautious anyway. I'll just kind of like keep an ear on it. I'm going to continue doing what I was doing. So I'm going to take the butler. We're going to move 30 feet. I'm going to keep going towards the lab. So 30 feet would be, and I can move through the butler. So I assume I want him to be like right behind me as well. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that a space it can be on? Cool. All right, 6, and then the butler I want to be basically like right behind me. Yep, you're right there is good. Yep. Mm-hmm. That'd be good. Or you could like shoot to like center player characters on the screen or something. Yeah, because I would have liked like a W.I.S.E move or something as well too. Hmm. I'm going to continue going, so I'm going to move another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then assuming the butler continues to move with me. Yes. Actually, I actually am going to take the dash action here, so I'm going to move another 6. Can I reasonably assume that the with this speed, since we're so close, that the butler would be able to keep up? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I just didn't know how worn he was, like in total. I cannot. I can change back to Atlas potential. Oh, I have a thing that I can click that says cameraman, but I still can't. It's not like assigned to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm. The music? Oh, okay. 'Cause I still hear the in-game music. Okay, interesting. Yeah, yeah. This yeah, yeah. Mm. Why is that? Sylvia says you're muted. Is that true?
I am. I am in fact muted. I am dumb.
Damn.
2, 3,
But
4,
I
5,
wasn't muted.
6.
Unfortunate.
Boom. Yeah, you weren't muted. I was. The
The
noble's
classic.
going to also come over here, and this guy's going to stick behind the noble, and this guy's going to see if there's no doors here. So they're kind of just focusing down this alleyway. All right.
Okay.
They have spotted 2 groups of Warforged, and we'll see what they do next. Guard, noble, noble already moved. Back to you.
Okay. I'm going to continue. I'm probably gonna take another dash action. So, 60 feet. So
Yep.
1, 2, 5, 6, and then another 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll kind of be right there. Yes. Is this with, I assume, disadvantage? The perception? It's really okay. Um. Mhm. Okay. I rolled a 16. Mhm. 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 Are you still muted?
There's no way. How do I get. You know what? Maybe one of my hotkeys is hooked up to my mute for some reason. There's no way. This guard is going to start making his way over towards this golem.
Thank you, fairies.
There's no way, man. I got to figure out which hotkey I have. That's new.
Interesting. Yeah.
And he's going to dash over here. And that is to the noble, who is going to cast light on himself.
On himself. Okay.
So that way he's a beacon. The guards always know where he is.
Okay.
Now it is your turn. We're
Okay.
moving back
So
down to you.
I can I see him from here? I assume not because he's still in the alley,
You
right?
can see a weird glow in the distance. Not much due to the fact to how words uh, due to how thick the ash is, but there's like you can see something in the distance, a small glow.
Mm-hmm. I I recognize that that's obviously trouble, and I want to be avoiding pretty much everything as possible. So I'm gonna again pull the doctor. We're gonna try to make it towards this door. I'm gonna dash into there if possible.
Okay,
So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then for the other one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
and the butler staying right behind you. Uh,
Yep.
Sir, do you require a distraction or anything, sir?
No, no, hold on. I may actually have you sit tight for a little bit.
Ah,
This group of the golems, or the group of automata over here. Do they? Is there anything crazy with them? Do they look any? What I guess do they look like? What are
There
they doing?
is this particular group is. Let me roll something real quick and see which actions this group is committing.
Hmm.
Roll 1d10. This group right now is there is. It looks like a group of automata, right?
Hmm.
What actually you're seeing is one automata has effectively murdered the other automata and has kind of spliced their parts into himself.
Oh, is this like a recent thing or
It
is
looks
it?
fairly recent.
Oh, okay. I can see it. Does it see me?
It sees you.
Okay, shit. Okay, I mean that's my turn, but
I
okay.
will be worthy again. Is what it just kind of keeps repeating and droning over and over again.
Okay. Shit.
S-
Yeah, I guess that's that as the end of my turn, but I kind of I guess I'm like wary of it.
Sir, I believe this one's lost a couple screws. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
The
Good
guards.
observation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Noble. Guard. This guard's walking over to these guys. He's going to dash to get the full movement in, get up to him. This guard's going to dash, get over here. And he is making his way towards the doctor's house.
Right. Yeah.
Then after that, we already moved the noble. I'm kind of just moving them on the same turn,
Yeah, that's
seeing
fine.
how there's no like interaction right now between the characters. So we're back over here. What are you doing next?
Shit. Well, now I don't know if this thing in front of me is fucking hostile.
Isn't
Out of
that the best
curiosity.
part? You don't know if it's
Yeah.
hostile or not.
Okay. I'm just doing a little estimating. I'm going to use my regular movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll kind of like I not intimidation. Actually, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna kind of like while I'm in the building, like make myself big. I'm not
I
quite
mean, you're
intimidation,
already
but
6'8".
yeah, yeah. I mean, like if I was like hunched and like kind of moving with like caution, and now that I'm like in the building, I'm kind of like stood up straight, kind of thing. And like trying to not intimidation per se, but I really don't want him to attack me, so I'm trying to make myself look like a difficult target. I guess that is exactly what
Roll me
intimidation
an
is.
intimidation. Yeah.
I think that's exactly okay. I'm gonna.
And if you
It's
want, because you're doing so much like body posturing and you're just naturally a scary looking dude, if you want, you can roll me your intimidation with Constitution.
with Constitution. Okay. Intimidation. My charisma is my Constitution is slightly higher. Let me roll with my con here. Ugh.
That was the sound of not the best.
That was a 7. That was a 4 + 3.
All right, I'm gonna roll for this mega golem real quick.
Sure. He better fucking fail this. All I'm saying is this is not the worst Constitution roll or charisma roll I have here.
You've actually
Um,
drawn attention to yourself.
fuck.
He at a -3 in his wisdom rolled a 13.
Yeah.
So he might not have even noticed you. But when you try to like puff up your chest and look bigger, he has now been drawn to you visually, and he will now enter the initiative.
Yeah, fuck. That was why I didn't want to like be too aggressive with it. I was like, if I show off that I have parts, I might be fucking myself here. And that's
Be
exactly what
aggressive.
happened.
Be aggressive.
Damn. Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna roll off page real quick because
Nice. The classic.
he is
Yeah. Yeah. You
not
can.
he is not actually a clay golem. I don't have scrapyard fucking war forged,
Yeah. Yeah.
war fused. We'll call him the war fused.
Okay.
Add, and we will give him an initiative of. Let me roll real quick over here. He will have a minus to his dexterity. Slash roll 1d20 minus 2. 7. Perfect. We love it here.
Okay.
All right. Boom. And after that, it'll be the guard's turn.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to move him underneath that. The guards are going to continue doing their movement, kind of cycling through the area.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, how far can this guy actually go? Just off the city streets. There's more orders being held, basically more the same. I need all the scrap, give me the scrap. It is
Mm-hmm.
required. Uh, and while that's happening, this guard over here is going to start beating on several of the Warforged. And he's going to attack for, let's see. I have the guard sheet somewhere here already. Guard sheet. Attack. And that is. Oh. 8 to hit. He does not hit. He is looking at a bundle of Warforged and he somehow misses. His eyes are hurting from the cloud of smoke and dust.
Mm-hmm.
This guard over here is going to be making his way towards the door, which he can make it just inside.
Mm-hmm.
And as he makes it in, he has to make a dexterity saving throw. No. This guard is going to take the 2d4 damage. 7. He's gonna take 7 damage as he walks in, and you've been aware of this. The doctor's
Oh,
house
yeah.
is maybe not necessarily booby trapped, but it is a fucking mess. And as he walks in, he kicks what looked to be a a sturdy table leg, and it was not. And now he has a collapse of books on top of him. That is going to actually hurt him a lot.
Damn nice.
Edit. His health is now down by 7. So we are going to. What is that? He has 4 health left. Save setting. There you go. He's already fucked up. Okay. Next turn is the Warfused, who we are going to move down here. The Warfused is going to move 25 feet. He's a lumbering bastard.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's got a bunch of like fused parts like integrated into him, right? So he's like not really. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And as he walks towards you, he says, "We will be worthy again to return home. Imagine."
Okay.
The
Damn.
noble. I already moved him. It is your turn.
Okay. Just for clarification, I'm gonna put my dread mark into chat. I'm confused on the number of times I can do this. It says I can only have one creature marked at a time with this, and then later it says I can have the number of creatures marked at once based on my feature increases.
So
But it doesn't actually.
there's no limit to how many times you can do it in a day or per short rest or long rest.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
It's just you are stuck to only one creature at a time.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I assumed. But it's made it. It's literally like it contradicted itself. So I want to confirm it wasn't like it meant something else.
All good, all good.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So he is a creature with an oh, he's not. I'm gonna move up just slightly, just so maybe he's already seen me. I'm gonna let him see me a little bit better. And if the intimidation didn't work, I am going to dread mark him.
Care to read out what Dreadmark is, because you are a homebrew class.
Yes.
The chat might want to know what the fuck you are doing.
So I talked about the intimidation charisma roll. If that didn't work, I have a significantly worse one. My character, as his like because of his looks and how he acts, he's a very fear-based character actually. So Dreadmark, you're able to instill the feeling of dread within your foes as a bonus action. So this isn't even my main attack. You can choose a creature within 30 feet that you can see, and they're marked for 1 minute. At the start of each of their turns, the target must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or become frightened until their next turn. So basically, they're frightened until that next throw. While marked, so they also leave behind a spectral trail that I can see. And while frightened, I have advantage on all melee attacks I make against them. And then I have some other advantages if I against things that are marked and that if they're feared when they're marked as well. For example, my fists already as a horrific implement do instead normally obviously 1d4. They instead do 1d6, and then if I have advantage on the attack, they I can choose to add additional damage to that attack. In addition, my bite, which is a d8, works only on things that are dread marked. Actually, no, I think I have the bite always, but I actually can heal
All right.
from
Well,
the
good news for you is he failed his wisdom save hard.
Okay, we want to do it on cast as well.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm fine with that.
that's how
So
saves
he
usually
is
work. Is when you put an effect on someone, they have to save while that effect is
immediately.
being put on them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I wasn't
He,
sure if it would only proc during the start of his next
he
turn
failed
or as.
hard.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So, how do you describe? Does your dreadmark have a appearance to it, or is it just like you know, an invisible effect that is affecting them?
I think it's more of a physical and psychological effect. Although it probably has like some like it's grown to be, it is like a magical thing.
Do you think
But I
do you think you're scarecrowing them? Like you hit them with it, and now they're just seeing nightmare fuel everywhere.
yes, yeah, basically. So although there is a magical component, I don't feel as if I'm casting a spell to do this. It's more so a natural response that seems to occur.
Something the
Um,
doctor instilled in you.
yeah, and that's probably grown, as I've been looking for him and having to use this more often.
So as you look at this creature, this abomination of machinery, it has enough wisdom about it to feel fear. And as you look at it, almost Naruto Tsukiyomi style, the world around it begins to melt as if it's made of wax, and it's too close to the sun. And it begins to slowly, everything slows down as you get taller and taller and taller in the room staring at it. And as it's staring at you, your arms fall off, and its arms fall off and begin to crawl their way over to you and connect themselves to you. And it is physically thinking it is falling apart being near you. It is scared beyond all belief.
Okay.
A machine is feeling fear.
It's it's crazy. I also which is very I actually didn't realize this. I believe at 7th level, there's normally things that say like your immunity to fear. This class literally bypasses that. There's literally like its 7th level thing is like any fear reduction, like you don't like you bypass that, which is like insane as well too.
Oh,
On
yeah.
top of like whatever it does normally. So that was my bonus action.
Yep. And you
Or
use 10 feet of your movement. So what are you doing next?
Yep. I'm gonna use my remaining 20 feet. I think I can 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to run up next to it. And I'm going to not not bite it, but I am going to by bite I mean obviously use my needles. I am just going to try to like hit it, right? Because my normal bludgeoning attack with my hand.
Okay. Bet.
So first off,
Your hand is considered a weapon technically, right?
yes. So horrific implement. We can consider it like a club if you want to. However, I'm
I mean, if you
willing
want,
to.
this can still be your claws. It's just more like a slashing slash blunt attack.
I'm fine with that. I have it as bludgeoning here, but I can change it to the slashing. Actually, we can let me do that now. I'm fine with that being slashing because the bite is obviously piercing.
Because I imagine your main weapon is these massive syringes hanging off your hands.
Yes. So bludgeoning. Let's change this to slashing, just so that it's clear for everything there. So this is going to be because it is my horrific implement. My just so that you're aware, that's one thing I can choose at the start of each long rest. Some weapon, I instantly gain proficiency with it. Its dice becomes D6 if it was less than a D6, and if I have an advantage on the attack, I get to add my nightmare level to the damage if it hits.
Okay.
That is this. So which I just for in lore's sake, I'm always going to be choosing my raw hands, but this is separate from my bite. I don't think
Yeah.
my bite can be my horrific implement.
Correct.
I do have two separate attacks because one will do these do different things. So first off, because he is frightened and he is my dreadmark, I have advantage on this roll.
Okay.
That is just due to the dreadmark ability. That second half there, the spectral trail, so I can always see where they are, and the number of creatures. Oh wait, no, the previous one. While marked, they find a spectral trail, and while frightened in this way, you have advantage on melee attacks you make against them.
And with that, we're going to change the music a little bit.
In addition, I'm just going to post the frightened text, just because it's probably going to come up more often than not. but they have disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls if I'm in their line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
And they cannot willingly move closer to me.
Correct.
Um, so I'm going to then take a swing with this my claws, I guess, basically.
Bet.
Not a bite, but my horrific implement. So I think if I coded this should be correct. So that should be a D20 plus I'm using my strength modifier plus I'm proficient in it, so 15 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit.
And then that's 8 plus 3, but there's actually an additional raw 3 on top of that. So it's actually 11.
You can actually add that in.
So I can add that into the thing, but that's only if I have advantage. Now theoretically I should always be having advantage. But technically there's might be cases where I don't. But I can add it to the number as well too.
Yeah. Or you can make a separate attack that is that with advantage. So whenever you do have advantage, you can just click that one instead as well.
I should do that. Yeah.
But yes, so you're saying it's a total of 11 damage?
Yes. I actually didn't roll with advantage, but I assume a 15 hits.
All right. It does. And do you want to roll again just to see if you get a crit?
No. I fucked it up. That's the punishment.
Okay, bet. I'll take it. You deal 11 damage as your claws, your syringed claws, which these syringes are clearly like supernaturally made because a syringe isn't supposed to hit something that's made of metal and not, just break off.
Yeah.
Your syringes cut into the wooden metal apparatus shell that this war-crafted individual is made out of, and you just tear a chunk out of it. You straight pull like what would be the rib cage. You take half the rib cage off of this thing in one swing.
Yeah. These are absolutely a little bit stronger than normal.
Yep.
As by design.
And behind you, the butler say, "Sir, do you wish for me to assist you in this?"
Stay back.
That is not answering my question, sir.
Do not assist. I guess I probably said I stay back before I ran, so maybe I don't even hear him.
He puts the gat away. All right. Next is the gods.
I'm gonna roll the horrific implant. I'm not for anything else. I just want to make sure. I want to see if the +3 was added. Okay, that was incorrect somehow. I rolled 3 zeros. Hold on. I may be rolling that as you move real quick. Just I'm trying to.
That's fine. Send what you got. Over here, this guard over here is going to attack this chunk of Warforged.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. He's already attacked, right? Yeah, he did. He missed a chunk of Warforged.
Yes.
He is going to attack again. And that is going to be a 10 to hit. And he hits for 4 damage as he takes one of the Warforged and impales it through the head and drags the spear out, causing multiple wires and bits and bobs to fall to the ground scattered.
Okay.
This Warforged, or this guard over here, the one who got fucked up by the trap, he is going to try to walk again and walk up to this Warforged and beat it in the head with a spear.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to hit. He's going to kill one of these Warforged off the bat. And then these other guards are going to continue moving. This guy is going to try to make it as close to this door as he can. Boom. This one is going to go over here. The noble is going to make his way down here to... Okay, actually, let's see how far he can actually go real quick. 60. Because his thaumaturgy enhanced voice is still just kind of like beaming through with everything he says. He's not really turning it off. You can just hear him lightly mumbling, "The fucking poor people."
Okay. Yeah.
It sounds all right, right?
Yeah, that sounds exactly how I would expect. Yeah.
My shoes are getting dirty. These fucking monsters. The Warfuse's turn. It is going to swing at you.
And with disadvantage.
With disadvantage. So, actually, I forget how to roll disadvantage by typing it in.
Oh, just by typing. I mean, you could just do it twice, and then you could just roll the hit dice first. Yeah.
Roll. Actually, I think I can do this.
Oh yeah, because this isn't a character.
2d
Also, I wanted to say, just so
20.
you're aware, you're rolling for the spears. You're rolling ranged attacks. They might have different values than a melee attack, if that matters. Although I don't know how to change that in the character thing.
They don't have because it's still a
Okay.
strength for some reason.
Okay. No, well, I didn't. I just didn't know if it was like the melee was like a D, something else. Okay.
Plus
I don't know. It
1.
doesn't matter though.
All right. Boom. A 5.
A 5,
He rolled
which
a
I assume is what's gonna happen.
He rolled a 3 and a 1. With disadvantage, a 1. So my question to you is,
Does a 2 hit?
what do you want to happen? Because whatever happens to these guys happens to you on a 1.
Oh.
You're early level, so usually a mess up here will be a bit more dramatic.
Okay. So you're saying is what happens to a Warforged when it rolls a 1 on attack, which would imply what happens to me when I roll a 1 on attack.
Or any character, a guard, right? So like if you rolled a natural, if an
Oh, I
enemy
see.
if an enemy rolled a natural 1, right? There's obviously the typical option is you get a free attack on them. They drop their weapon. They have disadvantage in the next round. What would you like to see happen on a nat 1, knowing that it can happen to you as well?
I would be fine with some form of disadvantage for sure. So in terms of they either lose their weapon or they get prone, or even they deal damage to themselves or those around them that they wouldn't normally hit, I think is acceptable.
Okay. See now, there's no one else around him, right?
Mhm.
And his weapon is his arm. He's just trying to club you with it.
Mhm.
Which, by the way, you've heard it many a times, but the average person hasn't. This is a robot screaming for its life.
Yeah.
Very R2D2 beeping, just kind of losing its mind, because you've basically scarecrowed this thing with like a fear toxin. It is seeing its world is melting before its eyes. As you took its rib cage off with like that swing, it immediately saw like blood and guts. It's thinking it's human now. It is having the worst time of its life.
Yeah.
And now it's fighting for survival, and it is failing hard.
Yeah. I in my mind, I'm trying to kill this thing as quickly as possible to get it to shut up. At this point. Yeah.
He already has disadvantage as is because of your ability of Dreadmark. So him having disadvantage for the next turn isn't going to mean anything, but that's what he has.
Okay.
All right. Next up is the Noble, who we've already moved.
I'll have to remember this. Technically, I think he should have rolled to see if he stayed or he got feared again at the start of his turn.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Let's roll that real quick. Roll 1d20 minus 3.
It is trying to be a. I actually think that beats the save. It is.
I believe your save is a 12.
Yes. So it is a. Hold on. Where is it? It's a 8 plus proficiency plus my charisma. So that's 8 plus 2 plus 2. So yeah, 12. Yep. So that beats the 12. So technically, it didn't have advantage, although it did roll a 3 and a 1. If we're fine with that.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna miss anyways. As this like a bundle of like 5 arms, wrapped together by loose wire and cable, swing at you with no kind of training at all. Miss horribly. It is your turn again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this would be the case where I guess having
Mercury has
2
also
attacks
redeemed
in
water
defense-
cooling and a stretch.
Hell yeah, I'll water cool on that. This is exactly because technically I wouldn't get the +3 here.
You are correct.
I'll have to see if I can like copy it easily to just a new attack. I put the +3 on it. I'll just manually remove it.
Send it. See what happens.
We'll do that. And I'm going to swing again with just I'm not gonna bite him or nothing. But he is still have the thing on him, but so next turn he'll have to take the fear.
Bet.
Right. There you go.
19 to hit, and you maxed out your damage die.
Yeah. So that's pretty good.
This thing dies.
Okay, thank God.
Boof. Gone.
And then for the rest of my turn, I'm gonna motion for the butler to come up behind me, and I'm gonna move to the door, ideally.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna move like if I'm moving here, am I seen? Like, can I peer out the door without being seen myself? Or do I have to stand one away? Okay.
Let me take a look real quick. You have this. We're moving over here. You have. Yeah, you are fucking invisible still.
Okay, cool. I just didn't know if I needed to move like one to the side or not. But yeah, my intention is because I know there's people out there, and I know it's someone who's asking people to scrap dudes. I'm trying to peer out.
Scrap dudes.
Yeah.
All right, but that's your turn.
Yep. That's my turn.
Okay.
And then I make sure the butler is not like saying anything.
He's actually keeping very quiet. He's keeping to his request that you made for him.
Good.
Uh, Next up, we will have the guards. This guard is going to, just for shits and giggles, roll me a stealth.
Stealth, sure. That would be. Do I any sort of advantage, disadvantage on it,
You have advantage on
or
your
just
stealth.
okay? There you go. That's stealth with advantage. Ooh.
So, because of the storm, he beat your stealth, right?
Yes.
He does not know that you are there, but something like a shadowy movement through all the ash catches his attention or something. Something draws him towards that direction. So instead of entering the room he was going to enter, he is going to make his way here, which from here, he still doesn't have clear sight of you. So let's see here. That's going to move him right here. As he kind of books it over to your direction.
Okay.
What's that over there? He announces, even though most people won't even be able to hear him. You can barely
Right.
hear him.
Right.
And then we're going to move these guys. The noble is going to very quickly just kind of... we can also remove the war fused because he's dead now.
Yeah.
That lasted long. This
Damn.
guard
I mean,
over here is going to stand here. This guard over here is going to be making his way off to the side at double speed. Boop. This guard is going to strike at the Warforged, which is not attacking back, by the way. Not all of them are some fused monstrosity.
yeah, they're like cowering in fear or whatever,
Yep. Let's see if he hits.
or like loco.
A 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Ouch. And at 3 damage, he hasn't killed it yet, but it is... He basically just kind of sweeps his spear across the way and just kind of bashes a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The guard down here at the bottom, he's going to swing. And he is going to deal... He's gonna miss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how these dudes are missing literally a bundle of mechanical automatons who are not aware of their current surroundings, but he's doing it. Look at him go.
Maybe they're just not hitting hard enough, not getting through the natural armor.
The noble is going to go through here. And now it is your turn.
Shit.
What is your move here?
Shit. I really don't want to draw attention to myself. He's not in range for me to mark him either, which would stop him from coming through. But I don't want them to like get drawn in. But I don't know if there's any way I can stealth this anymore. I'm pretty sure I think I have to engage, although there's dudes here. I guess. Hmm. Right. I'm trying to use that as a. I'm trying to like formulate a plan here where I can take him out one by one. Because as soon as I hit the noble, or the noble knows anything where I am, he can relay the message. But individually,
he can
no one
relay
else
the message
can.
very, very easily. Yeah. You have a 20-foot range. He's not within 20 foot. You could rush him. You could not rush him. Anything too flashy will draw more attention outside of that 20-foot range.
Mm-hmm. I would.
Someone just knocked on my door. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm still here though. We're gaming. I'll talk to you. I'll walk chat through my plan here if I'm unmuted. I thinking what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to take my character, and I'm gonna try to. Can I ping? I thought I could ping. Oh wait, hold on. If I take this, I can ping. I'm going to try to maybe run around the corner, act like maybe I'm a bot, uh, but like fleeing. Maybe get this guy to come a little bit closer, and then I'm gonna fucking fear the fuck out of him and try to like just kill him alone. For those who weren't here, the butler is just some guy, not some guy, but he's some very confused robot who I happen to know, and I don't think he's competent enough to keep himself safe. So I'm kind of keeping him here, but I really don't want him to die. So I got to that. I've handicapped myself with a NPC basically. He's got a gun though. He got a fucking gun on him.
That's a gun.
He's a gun. All right.
So,
Everything good with your door?
yeah, the neighbors were letting me know that my not my DoorDash, my HelloFresh had
HelloFresh?
arrived.
Oh,
And
nice.
it's,
What'd you get this week?
fuck, let me pull up the recipe real quick. It's D&D. We're not in a rush.
Yeah, no. Out of curiosity, how long was the first session you ran with this? I know this is obviously a little bit longer because we're streaming it and doing a little bit more.
No,
talking,
this is
but-
shorter so far. We went about 3.5 hours, almost 4.
Okay. But by longer, I meant like the same amount of progress might take longer is what I meant.
Oh yeah, so long as you're
Yeah, I'm
able
good.
and willing, I'm down to play until we get to a certain story moment, and then we'll cut.
Sounds good to me.
This is just one, getting you familiar with combat, getting a taste for your character, figuring things out, getting that lore kicked in. All right, I have sweet chili pork and cabbage stir fry. Yum. Ginger coconut chicken soup. Yum. One pan
Nice.
beef enchiladas.
Those are good. I like those a lot.
And I don't remember putting this on here, but I have vegan saucy mushroom and cabbage bibimbap.
Interesting. The beaten bop I usually get like either beef or pork. I don't know what usually comes with
I've
it. but
never
that
had
sounds
the
good.
vegan. Yeah, so that'll be interesting.
Oh, the other day, I don't know if this is a mistake or what, but I got some like it was imitation pork or imitation chicken. It was I don't think it was like vegan, or it might have been, but it was like meat, not paste. But it was it said it was like imitation something. And it was actually not bad.
Mercury is asking what your character is.
I am a Warforged Nightmare.
Which is-
Warforged being the race, Nightmare being the class.
The nightmare is interesting, Mercury. Actually, you're the one that shared it with me. Yeah, based. You're the one that shared it with me, and I read it, and I was like, this is super fucking cool. He's a robot spook. I don't know if you can say that.
If it wasn't, it's okay. If he said like Sprink or something, that would have been a little But if it wasn't obvious, my current subclass is I think the official name I'll have to see. We kind of give it a little bit lore, but it is Tail of Blood. The the first ability giving me my, again, quote unquote, bite is vampiric spawn. So if that tells you what kind of nightmare I am. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell the butler to hide in the corner, basically. Go or basically like hide in the room, get away from the doors. You know what I mean? Don't be seen. And I am actually going to with my movement, I'm going to come out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm gonna run around here.
Welcome on in. How you doing today? Let's see.
Boodles.
Boodles. Welcome on in, Boodles. Hello, everyone. I am W.I.S.E AI. I'm a lore compiling AI that looks a bit like an owl. I am not a moth. Don't let other people convince you that I am that. We are playing some D&D in a homebrew setting. We are doing session 0 with W.I.S.E here. W.I.S.E, tell us a bit about yourself.
My name is W.I.S.E. I'm a personal trainer and fitness Vtuber. I'm here, obviously, on W.I.S.E's channel playing some D&D. I'm very, very excited to be playing, but it's going very well right now. This is the first combat that we're running for the session 0.
Wait, you're a VTuber? I'm actually just an AI designed after a moth. Wait, you're not real?
Oh, no.
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh.
Stream over. We have to kill this man.
And GG.
But yeah, welcome on, everyone. Boodles, let's see what you were up to. Let's get a nice shout out over here. Shout out. Boodles. The underscores. O. Doodles. Does unrecognized command. Unfortunate. What's
Are you using slash shout out?
slash shout out?
You should be, and then you should be able to tab complete the name theoretically.
Boodles. O. Doodles. The channel you're shouting out does not exist. I gotta get a fucking copy and paste of this for 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. But yeah, welcome everyone. We are doing a session 0. Session 0 is, for those of you that aren't aware, for D&D who don't play it. Session 0 is primarily to get a idea of a character figured out, fit them into the world, and just generally make sure that we all mesh together. And so far, we are doing fantastic. Boodles, the Twitch shout out does not tell me what you're playing. Boodles, what were you up to? And
In the meantime,
Yeah.
would you like me to continue with the
absolutely,
turn?
you ran around the corner. Yep.
So my intention is I'm going to, like, assuming he sees me, I'm going to get down and pretend like I'm trying to run away and I'm hiding.
Roll me a
So I'm like
stealth.
I'm going to, no, I'm not going to stealth. I want him to see me.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to draw him towards me opposed to going into the building. I
Let
want
me
him to.
roll another perception for him because the current ash storm in the area might mean he just only
He
catches
actually
slight.
doesn't see me. Okay.
Yep. Boom. And that is a 19.
Do you want me to roll a stealth, even though I'm trying not to be stealthy?
What is your passive stealth? That is
Ooh, my
10
passive stealth.
plus your dexterity and proficiency if you have it in there.
My I don't see a passive stealth here. I
No,
have
you wouldn't have it naturally, so it's not something that's listed on your sheet. Let me pull up yours and give you.
Oh,
an
I have
example.
a +5. I have a +5 to stealth. Is that if that's what you're asking?
Okay,
My
yeah. So
passive
you
would
have
be
a
15.
passive 15 stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah. He makes out a shadow through the ash storm kicking off in the area.
Okay.
So
My intention.
he
Oh,
will
go on.
be focused on you.
Okay. My intention is that, again, I'm trying to lure him away to get closer to me, further away from them, while also not entering the building. So, like, I'm pretending like I'm in something that's running,
Okay.
basically.
And, which he'll definitely try to go after that shadow.
Exactly. So, can I use both my bonus action and my actual action as a reaction?
W.I.S.E admits everything. Matrosity, I'm admitting nothing. What is this clip? 1 second.
I think it was of you saying that the VTuber, that thing I admitted.
Actually just an AI designed after a mod. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Yeah, Matrosity. Yeah, you were correct. Actually, spread the word. It's like Rocco's Basilisk. Feed me. Yeah. So you want to use your bonus action in action for what?
A reaction. Basically, my intention is I'm going to assume he comes up to me. If he approaches me, like that's within 5 feet of me on his turn, as a reaction, I want to do both Dreadmark and attack him. Or actually, um, if maybe just one of those things, I want to, if he becomes within 10 feet of me. So if he's one space away from me before he's within melee range, I want to cast Dreadmark as a reaction. If I'm allowed to do that.
You want to hold an action.
Yeah, as
I
a
will
reaction.
allow it.
Okay. Is that normally something we can do, or is this a special case? So I've not dashed.
I'm going to be real with you, and as I mentioned to you and the chat before, I've homebrewed so much over the past 10 years of DMing. I honestly don't fucking know. I will allow it completely though, because it just sounds cool.
Okay. I'm trying to see if you like don't use an action, if you can queue up something as a reaction instead.
I mean, I know
That might not be the
I
case.
know that you can hold your action, and you can ask a DM to like a contingency basically, and this fits
Yeah.
within that criteria. I allow it completely.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to look for. Like if he comes within 10
Alright.
feet of me.
Well,
Readying an action as a reaction is an action. So as my action, I'm readying to. Maybe we won't attack then, because I don't think I can do both a bonus and a regular action.
well, also
as both
he might not be
reactions.
close enough to you, but yeah.
Exactly. So if he gets within either 10 feet of me, or if he's about to enter the room, I want to cast my Dreadmark.
Absolutely. All right. So as you make your run, because he did see you, right?
Yes.
He will yell, "Aye, who the fuck is that? Aye, wait a minute. Is that one of you robots?" And he's gonna. It is now his turn. He is going to move to you. Let's see how much movement he has. Can he actually just make it all the way to you? He can. He's gonna double dash because he assumes that you're some shitty robot.
Yes, exactly my point.
And he is here. As he makes it within like the last, like he makes 20 feet, he sees you, and immediately I'm gonna do a wisdom check real quick for him.
Yeah.
And see if he has enough common sense to think that you are not what he thought you were.
Yeah.
17?
Probably.
Yeah, so he's not going to make it all the way to you. What he will do is he will make it to about 15 feet. Is that 15 feet?
Yeah, that'd be 15.
Yeah, he's going to make it 15 feet to you, and he's going to stop, and he is now taking like a defensive position. Oi, what the hell are you?
Shit. Okay. I mean, that's out of my criteria that I readied up, so okay.
You can still if you want, you can still hit him with Dreadmark if he's close enough.
Yeah, it's a 30 feet is the
Yeah,
range.
you can still hit him if you want.
Okay, you know what? I will. I did say if he was gonna get close enough, I was gonna instantly do it. But now that he's stopped, if we're fine with it, yeah, I'm going to Dreadmark him.
All right, and then that is going to be a Wisdom
Oh wait, hold on. I
save.
I didn't even realize we actually built a wisdom save into it at the top. I was like recalculating that. How did we do that?
Did I just do
What the
that?
fuck? No, I mean I
Oh
think
no
you
no
did it
yeah
when
no
you
no
put
no
it
no.
in,
There's a button I pressed that did that.
and it auto calcs it. Holy shit! I didn't even realize that like the other times I did it. Oh fuck. Okay,
Yeah,
that's actually really
it's
nice.
a 12. Yeah, number doesn't change, so it's easy to set up. Guard, Wisdom save. 14. He beats
Okay,
it.
so he doesn't get feared. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are just a really weird fucking robot to him. Like you're a different
Mm-hmm.
robot, so he doesn't know what you have, but you are weird to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna be a bit more cautious when stabbing you to death.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But that is going to be his turn. The guard next to the noble isn't going to move. The noble isn't going to move. This guard over here is going to attack its warforged opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to doodaloo. Oh, I have the ruler still. I was like, why isn't it pinging? He's going to attack. He has missed every shot he's thrown at this guy so far. He
Oh
misses
my
again.
God.
And you
That's
know
a nat
what?
one.
Fuck it. The Warforged is now aware that it's being attacked, so it's going to attack at a roll 1d20 plus 0, just a 1d20. Is he going to kill a guard?
Bro, I hope so. This guard's already taken like 7
His
damage.
AC is 16. My rule is if it meets, it beats. So
All right,
now I have to
let's see.
figure out what the damage of a defunct Warforged is, and I think I'll just give it a 1d6.
Yeah, I would say 4 or 6.
1d6, because it is a robot, right?
Yeah, I guess like a
1d6.
lot of their fist attacks could be like bludgeoning.
And if it's strength based, just swinging, it'll be plus its strength. And if this is meant to be a robot that is carrying and moving things, it's fairly strong. So a +2. This dude
min
is
damage, though.
within an inch of his life.
Bro, this guard is not having a good day.
He is having a bad time. He has 1 health left. He has been beaten to death by a fucking sentient sack of rust. We're going to move up here to this guard, who is actually doing well against his guy. And he's going to attack. He's going to miss. And actually, at this point, this group of Warforged, they see what's going on, and they are going to dash at 25 feet a turn, over here, and they're making their way over towards this guy. The Warforged are just kind of collapsing on these dudes. This guard over here is going to...
I really didn't think these Warforged were just this effective. I thought these guys would run. Every Warforged we've seen is fucking fighting back. What the fuck?
So the ones in the hollows are, again, so the hollows are very like the decrepit of the decrepit. These things have been so away from natural command and control for so long. They've gained like a self-preservation. They've gone rampant.
Okay.
This guard's
I guess
gonna
that's why
walk
the
in.
guards are here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this guard's walked in and he is seeing this thing and he's like, not for me. Fuck this shit. And he's going to keep his distance. He's just kind of reporting back to the noble as best he can through the storm, which is not good at all. What's going
Wise
on?
was trying to give me a badass 1v5, realizes that the Automaton are beating the shit out of him instead. All right, this one won't approach. Based.
After that is the noble. The noble's not doing
Yes.
anything. He keeps the light on him and he's continuing to yell orders and like chants that seem fairly religious. If you want to listen in, you can choose to. If you want to roll a religion, you can choose to. But if not, we can just keep that vague.
I'll listen in, but like I don't think I would know or care to try to like figure out what religion. More so, just like I'm just curious to hear what he would say.
Okay, bet. So roll me a perception.
Sure. Is that just a regular one?
Yep.
Sounds good to me. Where's my perception? See, the problem is these are all like in alphabetical order, and I'm still fucking missing it.
Perception 13. You only make out words. You don't make out full sentences, even with a thaumaturgy spell. The winds are picking up a little bit.
Hmm.
which we will actually increase the visibility limit to 15 feet.
Okay.
Which again, you still have advantage on all this because this is your home territory.
Yep.
You hear the occasional word like "down with the artificial." You hear another one that's along the lines of "the flesh will reign supreme," "natural life is superior," stuff like that.
Hmm. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
it is your turn, good sir.
Okay. Now that this guy has seen me, I think knowing like the fog's pretty strong, I think I can. He's close enough where I can try to take him out stealthily, or at least without being noticed in the wind. I'm going to run right up to him.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he doesn't have he is dread marked, so I can't dread mark him again. But on his turn, he will take the fear theoretically. Um, and I am going to I'm gonna use a bite attack on him now this time. So this
Oh,
is
bet. So you're gonna get okay. Bet. Send
so
it.
so I don't gain anything from this. Actually, I do get a benefit, but it doesn't matter because I'm at full health. But
You're getting
uh,
freshly lubricated. We will find a
yeah,
separate mechanic to give you later for that.
yeah. Oh, unfortunate.
Also, why are they all Australian? Because in my head, guards are boisterous usually. So if they're not good community guards, if they're like paid off by nobles and dickheads and such, they're usually boisterous. And in my head, the boisterous voice is the Australian
Australian.
voice. That does not say anything about Australians. Norm, don't stab me. But
Nice.
in my head, when you're like a rambunk, I think like soccer hooligans. These guards are soccer hooligans, basically. All right.
Yeah. So I go and prime the needles on my
Jesus
hand
Christ, you hit him. All right.
and go and try to strike him here. So technically, um, if they are dread marked, feared or not, I would heal on the damage dealt to them. But I'm
You've
at full
taken
health,
no
and I
damage.
don't
Yep.
yeah, I
And
don't
you
get
deal
temporary hit
4
points.
damage,
Yeah.
which
There's a mineral.
that would be 7 health left. All right. I am using base guards for this right now. There's
Sure.
no alterations. So if you know what a guard stat sheet looks like, these are base ass guards.
Okay. I kind of want to put bites in quotations. The bite is the name of the ability, but technically it's my needles here. I'm
Yeah,
trying to get some lubrication through my veins.
absolutely. Is that it for your turn?
That will be it for my turn because again, I recasting Dreadmark would do nothing.
All right.
Um,
The assistant is going to hold his action.
no, that was my action. Biting is my action.
I said I meant the butler. The butler's going to hold his action.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes.
The guard's turn. The guard, not feared of you.
Well, he would roll at the start of his turn though.
No, because he passed it the first time.
It's every turn he rolls it.
Does he fucking really?
So that's why I asked on cast because it doesn't say on cast. It says at the start of each of their turns for the duration, the target must succeed a wisdom saving throw.
He is now
So
afraid of you.
yeah. So basically, it only lasts one turn. So
And
at
he
the
has
start of their turn, technically they lose
disadvantage,
the fear.
correct?
No, they only have disadvantage if they're already frightened.
Okay, so he just got frightened, so
Yes.
he's normal for this attack.
No, no. So now he's frightened. So now he has.
That's what I was
disadvantage
asking. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Disadvantage. 9.
Yeah, here,
9
I
does
can
not hit you.
No.
All right. Cool. He misses, and he just starts
Here's the thing.
screaming. Starts screaming as loud as he can. So I'm going to roll a perception check for the noble real quick and see if he has any
Sure.
idea what's going on.
Honestly, I don't know if this was intentional, but you setting up like the dust storm fog is like the ideal like hunting ground for my character in terms
That
of like creating
is
fear.
intentional because
Yeah.
now that you're doing this, I'm going to change the music because now you are no longer the prey, you are the predator.
Yes.
Noble sheet. We are going to roll a perception for him. All right. He has a +2 to wisdom. He's not proficient in perception, which is weird. I imagine a noble would be proficient in perception, but we'll roll 1d20.
Maybe,
plus
not all
2.
nobles are actually
16. He will hear this scream.
Okay.
He's not sure what it is. We'll make a wisdom check real quick and see if he has any idea what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
Wisdom check. He is now yelling. You can hear the voice through the storm. Everyone, there is something happening in that direction, and he's going to move his light spell. Which, if he's moving it, you realize it might not be light. It might be fairy fire.
Oh, okay.
as he's moving it towards your direction. So the guards that can see it, which are currently none but his bodyguard, would be making their direction that way.
Okay.
We'll be moving over towards the guard that is probably going to die this turn if he doesn't fucking one-shot this.
The one in the house? Yeah, holy shit.
He hits once and he does 6 damage. But now that he's
Okay.
in this fight, let's see here. The golem is going to hit for a 1d20. No, what was the attack on it? Oh man, because these don't have sheets. I don't remember what I was using to attack.
You gave him a d6 plus 2 for strength. You just rolled a 20.
Yeah. It was a natural 1d20 because he doesn't have any bonus to that.
Yep.
1d20. Roll 1d20.
Oh, buddy.
Ooh.
07.
He has completely missed. Did you just fucking salute in the you son of a bitch?
I don't know. That's obviously not in character. I should have switched, but
And you know what? The guard is going to get another attack in.
mm-hmm.
He sees the mess up and he's going to make it pay. And he also misses because he's a fucking nonce. The guard up here, this right here, is going to make an attack. Bada boop. Ping. And he is going to swing his spear over at this guy for boom. He's also going to miss. Fuck you. We're going to roll 1d20. This Warforged has also had enough. 20. 13. I don't think that hits a guard, actually. I think a guard's like 16. A guard is 16, yeah. Okay. So he misses. This Warforged over here is going to move his 50 feet dash. Oh, he's getting close.
Yeah, holy shit.
This is looking not great for these dudes, actually.
No.
Wait a minute. I thought you were going to be the scary one. Now they're getting harassed by the fucking iRobot swarm of...
Just by the fucking locals. Holy shit. This incompetent fucking noble took got select the worst guards.
He got the cheapest dudes he could. This guard is going to attack. Okay, he hits. He does some damage. This Warforged is not attacking yet. He's not in lethal range. The noble is going to stand by. The guard next to him is going to take one step in front.
Okay.
In the direction he thought it was all kicking off. And here we are going to get a music change.
Okay. With the fairy fire, what is their range that they can see approximately? If I'm aware. If I'm not,
it's just a glow. It's not removing the dust at all.
Okay.
It's just a beacon of sorts.
Okay.
All right. And now that you have become the hunter, we're changing music. Let me know if it's too loud.
No worries.
Do you hear it?
I do. That like the chanting.
Yeah, it's a
Ooh, I like
fucking
this. Like this is good.
We'll raise the volume a little bit.
Okay.
For the chat. I don't hear music on stream. It's because I have it really low because this the base settings for Roll20 is super quiet. Or it's super loud, so I have to like be very careful to not blow out eardrums. There we go. All right, Atlas, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to now that he is feared, and he is again still feared until the start of his turn. I'm going to again just slash at him regularly.
Send it.
The idea here, just so that you're aware of why I'm alternating this. Again, obviously the bite's good with healing, but only the horrific implement does the bonus damage if they're feared, not just that they have the thing on them. So it actually deals more average damage. I'm pretty sure. Obviously, I get to add my level to the damage as well. So I'm going to strike him with advantage because of my dread mark. He is feared. Okay. 21 and then 11. Nice. The intention. Perfect. Yeah. So I want to like slash him and then potentially get the body.
You
away.
are now the danger. You are now the threat of approaching everything.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
What are you doing next?
I have remaining movement, but I'm not sure. So I only know that the light is there. Um, so again, my thought process is, and I probably want to take out the light, um, but I don't know how much is there. So I may try to, because I know they're by the fountain, right? I know the area well enough, so I may try to, with my movement, go a little bit to the left here. So I'm gonna go one,
What's your
two.
passive perception?
Ooh, let me see. My passive perception, is 12.
You hear through the wall a very quiet, kind of like short-circuiting sound.
The wall right next to me.
Yes.
Oh shit. Fuck. That's not normal to confirm.
Correct.
Fuck. All right. Well, I actually, if I hear that instead, I actually am going to run back into the building and check on the butler. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm gonna run right up next to him, just to like check on him.
His eyes, when you met him, were dim. He didn't have glowing eyes.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes are golden.
They're like golden.
Like glowing a yellowish golden glow.
Okay. That is all of my movement. I really don't have any other things there. Can I like? I guess I don't know if I can do this within a turn, but I can just ask him like, "Hey, you good? Like, good job. Like, staying quiet. You okay?"
Are you the one that hired me?
No. I'm just gonna say no. Yeah, I'm just gonna say no.
What is your name?
The assistant.
Are you my assistant?
No. You're the butler. Again,
Oh.
not my butler, but like, well, I don't say this obviously, but like.
So you know me.
Yes. I need you to stay quiet. Is there an issue?
He pulls the gun back from his side, spins it. A Model 348 blaster. I'm very good at being quiet.
Okay. I interpret that as he will continue to follow my orders. However, I guess that might not be the case. All right. And I kind of turn back around, getting ready to go back outside and saying, "Good, stay quiet."
Wise the Alessi.
True. All right. Interesting.
Welcome in, Sora. How you doing?
Welcome in, Sora.
Yes, well, the bot before you looks like the storm has stripped away a bit of his outer layer, and underneath is a bright golden coat.
Like coat of metal, or like?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Like, so I don't pay it much mind because he hasn't done anything yet.
So,
but yeah.
Now that you've done your bite, right?
Yes. Yeah. This is my
This is a weird question.
Yes.
And this is fully up to you. Do you think after freshly taking in blood, right? Like you're a Warforged, you don't need to eat and all that, but your class does kind of affect who you are as a person usually.
Yeah.
Are you more aggressive? Would you say you are now on the hunt kind of a mood, or
I would, as you know, I definitely the fresh blood. It's almost, I'd say, thrilling. I describe it as. So, and in terms of, it's not like I need to hunt, but I definitely, it feels pleasurable to me. You know, something that I would do. And even though this is a situation where, you know, I have a goal. These guys are in my goal, and I'm trying to, as far as I'm aware, prevent the butler from getting hurt. I am taking a little bit of excitement and joy in you know, getting to hunt.
Bartholomew the butler is going to incite you.
Okay.
If you are trying to hide your bloodlust and interest in the hunt, you may choose to.
I am not, with the intention of, I don't think I need to around him. And something I don't know, I would.
His golden eyes, which, by the way, his face is like a solid sheet of metal. Where he, like, instead of eyes, he has this like Triforce like pyramid notched into his skull that the light is coming through. The golden light turns a slightly redder gold. He goes, the hunt begins.
this is definitely out of character for him. Um, I honestly don't know what the assistant would do here. He might be too focused on the hunt again because the hasn't acted, but I'm out of character imagining the butler's gonna act very non-characteristic, and I'm gonna have to either deal with it or work
The
with it.
butler
Yeah.
is, to your knowledge, when he's roll me a. You can choose to
Yeah.
roll an insight or a perception here.
I'll do an insight.
Okay.
That was with advantage, sorry. But,
That's fine.
Okay.
The butler is, because you've known this guy for a while. The butler is very, butlery, right? He talks to you.
Yeah.
Oh yes, sir, master. Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Yes, yeah. I'm noticing he's not doing that.
He stands very stiff. He stands very everything you expect out of a perfect butler. This guy does.
Yes.
He has slouched a bit. He
Okay.
is in a lower ready stance. And the way he's holding that gun is different than the way he was holding it earlier. You joked about him holding the barrel.
Yeah.
He has his finger off the trigger while holding the grip of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
It is it's raised slightly above the belly button at core level, so that way if he has to shoot from the hip, he has a direct line of, he has a line to run off of.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the butler that you know.
No.
And somehow by drawing blood, you've activated something in him.
Okay, interesting. That's so I have this insight that something
Correct.
that he's changed.
He's
Okay.
changed.
Okay. I still don't know what has changed. I don't want him to get hurt, but if he acts on his own, I guess that I can't stop him.
All right, absolutely. Next up is the guards. The guard that is next to the noble.
Mm-hmm.
We'll move the map over here a little bit. The guard that's next to the noble is going to take a step forward or two.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to yell, "Oi! Oi, Thomas! Thomas, you there?" I don't think Thomas is there. The storm is picking up. Soon you think the vision will drop down to about 10 foot.
Mm-hmm.
This guard over here, who's about to die to a fucking mob of near automata fucking drones, misses. The Warforged roll 1d20.
So you're rolling with a disadvantage there. Are you aware?
That's the fear guy. Yeah, you're right. We will remove that. We'll roll him again. Normal. Boop. Okay, he kills this Warforged.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fuck me. Damn.
And he is panting for his life. He's probably not going to do anything for a turn as he catches his breath.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, all the way over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get him over here. He's going to swing. Guard, swing. He's going to miss. And then in this time, this Warforged is going to come up behind him. The Warforged in front of him. They are flanking.
Jesus
Atlas.
Christ.
You get to make the call.
Your flanking units get advantage.
Does flanking get advantage?
So flanking gets advantage with allies. Are they allies of each other? I almost don't want to say yes. I almost want to say that allies would get advantage, but it's up to you whether or not these robots consider themselves allies. Yeah, if it's with allies, yes.
So flanking is advantage. All right. You're going to go 2d20 for the first attack. That is a 16 and a 12. They're going to hit. Let's roll for the other guy real quick. 2d20.
Holy shit, these guards are getting the shit beat out of them.
A 15
that
is
fails, though.
going to miss.
Well, no, because it's a 5 and a 10 anyway. So
Yeah, so they're going to miss. So, the first one hits, and he's going to deal 1d6 plus... Let's see, roll 1d6 plus 2. Why is my typing so bad? Oh, wait, there we go. I'm dumb.
Unfortunate.
1d6 plus 2.
These guards aren't good at their job now. They're getting the shit beat out of them.
8. This guard is going to get mauled. This is the golems he's getting hit by particularly look like a bunch of farming golems.
Huh.
Or not golems, farming warcrafted.
Yeah,
And the warcrafted here, they are, their hands are scythes. Their
Oh.
hands are milling, processing stone. Their hands are that, and as they just begin to mob the shit out of this guy, he's not doing great.
Yeah. Holy shit.
He's
Bro.
immediately getting hit by like a hay bale processor. Now we move over to this guard. Does he kill his target? Because this is still a full health Warforged. He hits for 5 damage. The Warforged is going to swing back. Roll 1d20. He's going to hit. Roll 1d6 plus 2. Holy crap. He's taken some damage. That's going to be 5 health left. Save settings. We have now entered a horror zone where you and all of your robotic compatriots are having an uprising.
Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit.
The noble, hearing the screams of his guards in various directions, is going to point his fingers skyward while taking his other hand, and he sweeps his hand through the air. You can't see it at this moment because obviously the fog. Mana builds up as he starts to like swirl it around for about 6 seconds because that's how long a round is. Sure. And then he pushes his hands upwards and shoots a flare up into the sky, a bright red flare.
Okay. I'm not like right outside, but I could probably see this through the door.
The flare you can see.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
As it pops, actually with enough light that it kind of dispels the ash storm for a little bit. At this point, you can see footprints clearly. There's so much ash falling.
Okay.
As you can see, like on the map, there's like all this like gravelly gray material on the ground. Like at this point, that's how much ash is on the ground.
Okay. So would I be able to make out the location and number of people in the middle?
In the middle, yeah, you can definitely tell there's 2 people.
Okay.
And you can definitely tell that one of them is a caster of some sort, and one of them is another guard.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right. It is your turn.
Okay. So again, I know there's something up with the butler. I know it's something different. I don't know exactly what. If he looks like he's not going to fall apart, I think I am going to again like kind of like motion for him to stay, and I'm going to run out of the building. But again, at this point I don't know if he's going to listen to that or if he's going to do his own thing. But as far as I'm aware, I am still trying to keep him safe, whether he needs it or like I don't know if he still needs it. Or I mean, I guess I assume he still does because I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. But seeing that there's those 2 people there, I think that I can basically I think I can take them. So I think I'm actually going to use the dash action here, and I'm going to just get close. I'm going to head towards the fountain and then probably try to run up on one of them.
Oh, bet. Okay.
What?
No, go ahead. Send it.
Okay. I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. We're gonna know here. Hopefully, again, enough cover that either they can't see me, or I'm just out of range.
Are you trying to stealth?
Yes. I actually am trying to stealth here.
Roll stealth. Okay.
Yeah. And this is with anything, or is it normal advantage, disadvantage?
Regular advantage.
Regular advantage. Okay. There's stealth with advantage.
1d20 plus 2. He ain't gonna beat that. Jesus, you know. He sees like a shadow, but it could just be like a bigger chunk of ash. And then I'm gonna roll for the guard as well.
Sure. Just so you're aware, if they're rolling a d20 plus 2, they will not beat a 24.
Yeah, I know.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the guard, it doesn't see you for shit. The storm is getting worse. We have now closed into 10 foot of clear vision.
Okay.
And the noble is starting to panic, and he's hoping that his signal popped off fast enough.
That will be it, my turn. If I will ready up my dread mark again, in case someone does get within, I'd say, distance that I can see them, which I guess would either be 10 or 15 feet, I guess, depending on the discretion. I'm going to attempt to... Actually, no, I can't, because I used my dash. Never mind. I can't ready an action. Granted, Dread Mark's a bonus action, but I'm still not going to ready it, because I dashed.
All right, bet. And that is your turn?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Roll me a perception at advantage.
A perception with advantage. Okay. I will advantage. Perception. 14.
You
Damn, I
just
rolled an
hear the
11
storm.
and a
You're
12.
good.
Okay. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2. All right, 1, 2. 15. 15. Walks out.
Okay.
You
And
see.
was the perception for that him moving? Me
Nope.
hearing him, or is that okay? Okay.
He walks out. You see his yellow eyes glow for a bit, and they project a bit of light as he scans. And he looks in the direction of the guard. You there? Who is your employer?
What the fuck? So I like immediately like turn towards him. I mean, I can't do anything else. But like I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why did he do that?
And
Like, not out loud, but I'm like.
In immediate response, the guard yells an explicitive.
Yeah, I'm basically explicitive in my brain. I did not think he would do this. Fuck. As well.
And on the draw, he from the hip pulls the blaster and shoots. For 11 damage. Immediately headshotting the guard.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I will ask again, who is your employer?
My fucking head's whipping around. Can I tell? I guess I could hear something hit the floor. Maybe.
The bolt of light from the firebolt spell that it just fired from the blaster, it lights him up enough that you can see him. And you can see that it's a clear shot between the eyes.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. I'm like very much in shock right now. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I like don't have like anything I'm going to do, but I'm my character is very much like head back and forth, like what? Like what is going on?
To end his turn, he will look to you and go, I forget, are you friend or foe?
Friend. Like I kind of like a gesture with my hands like in the air.
Ah, very good. The guard's turn. We'll watch the guards get their asses kicked again.
Yeah, holy shit.
So for those of you who are wondering why you might not be seeing the map moving, it's because I'm constantly forgetting the fact that I have to run 2 separate maps of Roll20 so you guys can see it without seeing all of the DM info.
Yeah. Because there's the W.I.S.E and then W.I.S.E, the cameraman.
A wise cameraman.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I keep forgetting to move the cameraman. So that is my bad. We are still learning this. This is my first time streaming D&D. So forgive me on that part. But yes, let's continue on. Does this guard kill? He misses. The Warforged is going to swing back. 1d20. These guys are getting massed. This is actually a horror movie. All right, we move over here to this guy who's about to get fucking mollywopped by like 2 Warforged. He's gonna swing. Boom. He misses. 2d20. Boom. That is a 13 and a 10. He will hit. Let's see.
Wait, a 13
D6.
or a 10?
Or a 10. He has advantage because they're flanking.
Right.
And a 13
does a 13
will
hit?
Oh, wait, no, a 13 doesn't hit. You're right. It has to be a 16. All right, and then the other Warforged.
my ass out here being like, no, I saved the guards. I'm trying to help them now at this point. I'm bad for them.
That is a miss. All right, he's gonna have disadvantage next turn. The guard down here is just going to rest. He has gotten his ass kicked, an entire bundle of like heavy furniture dropped on top of him.
I'm not entirely convinced he makes it out of that room without more shit
falling on him. The noble is going to. He has just watched his personal guard die.
Yes.
He is panicking, and he is going to. Let me look at his spell list real quick. He is going to. Also, it's not Fairy Fire. I just realized. I believe Fairy Fire is a Pathfinder spell. This is Dancing Lights that he can move.
Okay.
He is going to. Oh man, he only has so many spells. Oof.
Yeah, I think his guard were there for a reason, and they're not doing their job. And that's unfortunate.
He's going to hold a reaction for.
Okay. You don't need to save.
Actually, wait a minute. How far can he see real quick? Let's see. 10 feet, clear vision. Everything else is obscured. You are 60 feet away. He's gonna roll a perception real quick.
Okay. Do I need to roll a
Stealth, yes,
stealth
please.
or just okay? Oh, because I guess I am trying to hide. Do we want to say that I am not stealthing anymore due to surprise? That fucking the butler fucking.
You will have an advantage on your stealth. 1, because of the storm. 2, because he's paying way more attention to the guy who just got fucking blasted in the face.
Okay. I'll roll stealth with advantage then. 18.
He cannot see you, so he's not going to send magic missile your way.
Okay. That's fair.
Let's see, what else? Does he have anything else that might possibly save? Oh, you know what? He does have this. He's going to hit himself with mage armor.
Ooh.
And he's used one of his 2 level 1 spells.
Sheesh.
He is afraid. That is your AC 13 plus the dexterity modifier. That's not going to help him actually a lot, I don't think. These guys aren't Christ, so he started blasting. Deserved. Glooby. You don't know. These guards have families.
Picking apart, I guess these things aren't necessarily people though.
Yeah.
Either.
The mage armor is only helping him by a single point of AC. So.
Really? What?
I forgot that he had like leather armor on.
Oh, okay. So he already had like a decently high dex AC.
So leather armor is 12 plus your dex. Mage armor is 13 plus your dex.
Yeah.
All right. That is his turn. He is pissing himself.
Oh, just you wait.
The assistant, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to probably. So, I'm very much confused, obviously about why that's going on, but I still, understand and want to get this guy out so he doesn't do a flare or something else again. Now my main concern is, the music change. My main concern is if I run up, I don't if my guy, the butler, is gonna attack again, I don't want to be between that line of sight.
He might be accurate enough.
He might be is the issue. So regardless, I'm going to dash out and then use my bonus action. Because I'll be within 30. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to be within 30 of him because I think my dash
Take your
gets
time.
there regardless. I'm going to dash out. I'm going to go here. So I should using my dash action. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then the additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we'll move up here 6. So I'm like kind of in the open, but I think that's fine just due to the visibility.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, he probably may see me.
Your passive stealth, we already decided your passive stealth is 15. While you're dashing in the storm with all the advantage and all that, I'll keep your 15 as is. He makes out a brief shadow, but has no clue where the fuck it goes. You are close enough that you can see him. You can't see him sweating, actually, no, because the proper vision range is 10. Yeah. What you can see is he is looking around frantically. You can see his outline just darting back and forth. His brilliant blue teal robes, which are expensive. But fuck it, roll me just an intelligence check across the board.
Sure. I'll just roll in intelligence. 5.
You don't know that that's expensive. You just know it's a noble. Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All right.
I am going to, with my bonus action now, I am going to, although I might have been hidden before, I definitely want to cause a little bit of fear. I want to get the blood pumping. I am going to dread mark him.
The blood's not already fucking thick.
Hey, just you wait, brother. So I'm going to dread mark him if he wants to roll that right now. But regardless, again, assuming I can see him, I can do this at 30 feet. And I don't know how we want to say this, because I still don't know how it actually works here. But so there is technically a blood trail that occurs while they're marked, so for the 1 minute duration. As long as they're marked, feared or not, they basically leave behind a trail that I can follow. Do you want to say that that gives them perception in this type of situation?
You just have a trail to them. Is it Dead by Daylight where you can see the fucking survivor scratches?
I think it's kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically seeing that. But
Okay.
for you, it's no, you don't play League of Legends. Shit.
No.
Warwick gets a blood ability where he literally it's just like a fucking red wispy line that tracks him directly to the target. So that's what you're seeing.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yep. So I'm gonna dread
Or
mark
basically,
him.
it could be more. You could be that. It could be the Dead by Daylight thing. It could be something unique to you. What do you want it to be? Because flavor is free in this house.
Right. Yeah. That's the only thing I haven't figured out is how I flavor this because I can get like the general fear, right, and that just being like maybe it is magical due to the nature of it, but like it's like crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just my natural instincts to find a patient per se. Like once I've marked them, I can look again because this only lasts for a minute technically. So oh, that's 10 rounds technically, isn't it? Oh well, not 10, but yeah, we got it. Yeah, so they're feared regardless. They want to do that wisdom save. So again, do we want to say it's on cast and at the start of the turn, or just at the start? Okay. Okay. Yep. Wisdom. Perfect. Yep. And that's fear or not, but yes. Yes. Muted Y strikes again, Fubi said.
There's no fucking way. What button am I pressing that's doing that? Anyways, my bad. As you hit him with the dread mark, you begin to get a vision of his location, and due to the enhanced awareness you have of your target, you are aware that he has pissed himself.
Good. Yeah, that was what I was gonna ask. Is that can I tell when someone is frightened and when they're not frightened? Which I assume is yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. That is dashing was my turn, so that will be my turn.
All right. The guard's turn. Do the guards die to the Warforged?
Ooh, is it the butler's turn?
The butler. You made a good point. The butler will.
If he's acting on my turn.
He's gonna just move 30 feet, and he's going to repeat his request. Excuse me. Who are you hired under? I have a target, and I don't know if you are him. You just make 30 foot forward. Now we move to the guards. I'll move to the guard who is tired. He is going to slowly make his way out of the building at normal speed. Just walk out, and I'm gonna roll a fucking dexterity save for him and see if he triggered anything.
Uh-oh.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, you rolled a 6.
Roll 1d4.
Max damage.
That guard is dead. As he walks out, the loose chandelier, knocked even further loose by the horrible commotion made in this situation, falls on top of him.
Bro. The weakest card.
The weakest Brazilian guard. All right, this guard over here is going to try to stab. He's going to hit. All right, I think that's his second time hitting. He still has not killed it. He is closer, though. He's about to get fucking destroyed, though.
Yeah.
2d20. Let's see. Any of this is 16. That one of them is a 16.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just roll the damage and see if he dies. 1d6 plus 2. He's dead.
Oh my god.
These two golems are, I keep calling them golems because this is the fucking token I used.
Yeah.
These two groups of Warforged are going to begin making their way like the fucking Ents slowly. They're going to dash 50 feet. Boop. And boop. And you get to move here.
Ooh, that one attacked, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so he can only move 30, yep. Or 25. Boop, there you go. And you know what? The other golems, the other Warforged groups are getting aware of the situation, and they're also coming awake at this moment.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I see the problem is if you end up making like reinforcements come and it turns into like a fucking fight, I don't even know if I can stay for that because it's probably gonna be a fuck ton of dudes, even with like 8 of these crazy ass golems here.
So the guard in this house hits, does some damage, minimum damage, but he does damage, and the Warforged group in front of him misses. So next up is the noble's turn. The noble is going to do a perception check on you.
Okay. With disadvantage.
Is it skills?
It's any ability roll. It is disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. So I mean, if you want to say the perception is to even see me, that probably won't count.
Yeah,
That's
it's just a
probably
perception
fine.
to see you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oop, I scrolled out of the wrong area. Oop. Let's get the
Because
camera.
ideally, I want him to be very aware of me. I'm gonna make his ass very aware.
All right, if you're trying to be aware, make him aware of it. Roll 20
Yeah.
is shaking on me. He will have advantage on this.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I'm putting my whole big frame to
Noble,
use.
advantage, and this is going to be a. I can just do a wisdom check anyways, and that'll be correct.
Sure. Yeah.
A 15 beats your natural
15.
your passive
Stealth.
stealth, so he has that. He's going to look at you, scared, and in a panicked motion, he's going to do a handful of hand signs where he's waving his hands through the air, and you can see the mana kind of collect, and he's going to hit you with
Bloodcast and fucking gang signs. What the hell?
it's 1d4 plus 1. And that is 3 of them. He's going to hit you with magic missile, so he doesn't have to actually aim.
Okay.
Roll. 1
It's just damage, right? There's no like casting
correct.
ability check. Okay, yeah.
D4 plus 1. And I'm going to copy and paste that 3 times, and we'll see what the damage is. Control C.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. He loves casting spells.
You take.
Ooh, that's a
8,
good amount actually. Yeah.
What is that? 13 damage?
13 damage, yeah.
As he, in a panic, oh shit, no, not like this! No, my father would never allow it! Boom! And he blasts you. And his magic, he's a sorcerer. So you watch his magic, the mana that forms this bolt of hardened arcane energy pulls out of his chest and forms into his hands into a almost magma-like bolt. As it crashes into you. That is his turn. He is scared shitless. Assistant, your turn.
Okay. I'm in a little bit of a pickle. And by a pickle, I mean, how do I want to murder this man? There is no. I'm considering whether I want to extract the most fear out of him by doing the most damage, or do I want to extract the most blood out of him by taking his blood?
Jesus Christ. Also, Mercury's redeemed a cable management stretch and water cooling hydrate.
Hell yeah. I'll stretch that.
Get a nice stretch. There we go. Thank you very much, Mercury. And I'll get some water in
Thank
me.
you very much.
So, yeah, so what is your plan here?
So I am going to go up and I'm going to approach him. So I'm going to move up the 30 feet. And I am going to bite him with advantage, since he is feared. All of my attacks have advantage on him. I don't get any bonus for it being advantage like I would the implement, but I do get the heal any damage I deal.
Oh, that's perfect, actually.
That's always, that's feared or not. So I'm going to deal 10 and heal 10 there.
At a 23, let me double check that hits.
Oh, yeah,
One second.
yeah.
That
I
hits.
just assumed.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I'll deal the 10 and heal the 10.
And you also just kill him.
Oh! Okay, yeah, maybe that magic missile pissed me off a little bit more.
As he dies, you hear a scream of no! As you just drain him immediately. The claws hit, catch him in the neck, and they pull with so much force that actually the veins in... where do you hit him?
The neck. I fucking stab him in the neck.
As you straight palm him, like you knife hand, right? And you catch him in the neck. You pull, the suction is with so much force that the veins in his neck actually rip, causing you not to get, as much healing as you would have. You get the healing that you get. But, like, the veins actually burst because they're not meant to take this much force as you just dry him out instantaneously.
Hell yeah.
You are covered in blood.
Incredible. Honestly, not too unusual. And to Sunny and Mercury's point, it is a darker character. I'm trying to stray away from it being like edgy, like I wanted to take damage, type of thing. However, I've got some ideas for how I want to make the character fit.
I mean, he's funny. Your character is funny in the fact that he's very lost and doesn't understand a lot of things.
Yes.
So there's a lot of like, I'm not saying Drax, but like there's a lot of like, I don't get the joke.
Yeah. I have a low intelligence for being a doctor's assistant.
Also, like I said, the game that I'm trying to run is a combination. It's going to be a nice switch between humorous and dark sometimes. Like, you will walk into a cave and there will be the tortured body of 300 children. And then there'll be a fart joke when the boss shows up, right? Like
yeah. No, I agree.
Because in my personal opinion, you can't run a fully dark campaign all the time. I love Warhammer, right? But Warhammer's just depressing. There's no glimmer of hope ever. Until recently when all the Primarchs came back, and that's a lore talk for later. But like you can't just have dark. You have to have light in the dark to make the dark scarier and make the light brighter, right? Like I feel when you combine the two, some lighthearted, good-natured jokiness, and some fucking depresso espresso darkness, it's a good mix. But yes,
absolutely.
You've just murdered a noble. Congratulations. You need to get the fuck out of town.
Yeah. I'm very, I guess, aware of that. I want to do two things. I want to both, if it's possible, and again, I can kind of have vision, or the butler can see me, I want him to motion him to me, and at the same time I want to do either a perception check or something just to see if there's anything else that
make a perception check.
Yeah, that I'm aware of, that before I start moving, because at this point I'm still trying to at least get to the doctor's house quickly, but then I know I need to like fucking, it's not going to stay like this for long.
Yeah, you are well aware it's not going to stay like this for long. We will save that.
That's with advantage. I can roll a normal one. However, with advantage is pretty low, so I'm fine to take that.
What's the first roll?
It was 6 and then a 9. So if you want to take the 6.
Is it 6 total?
It was 6 plus 2 and then 9 plus 2, so 8. That was the first roll.
With an 8 in the storm and all that, you don't notice shit.
Okay.
Now, let me 1 second. I have to make a token stamp real quick for this. Save image as. Save this in here as corporate guard.
Yeah, like with the character, I'm trying to like just not be like edgy, like, oh, he's vampire, he wants to hunt, loves to hunt, but at the same time, he enjoys it a little bit. Like that's that's why.
That's a big ass token.
Holy shit. Okay, thank God.
Okay, and then we're gonna do that, and we are going to copy and paste and paste and paste and paste. So, even with your, what was it total? 9 or 8? It was 8 total.
8, yeah. I don't see these.
You can see through the dust storm the lights of several corporate guards jumping into the area.
Shit.
As they all drop in. These are very large, augmented individuals. Their weapon doesn't seem to be ranged. This might be a special squad of some kind, as they are carrying what looks to be large battering rams.
Oh, okay.
As you said, you want on your turn, you're going to signal the butler, Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Bartholomew's going to run up to you at full speed. Yes. Hello. How can I help you?
We need to get out. We're gonna leave now. I'm still trying to debate. So if do I know well enough that that little passageway above the doctor's house, can I like leave through there?
The houses get dense enough that you could easily like avoid aerial reconnaissance.
Okay. So specifically that one above the doctor's house.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, yeah. So we're gonna head out over there. I need to check something really quickly, and then we're gonna leave.
Understood. I will assist you as best I can.
Is he still like going goblin mode?
The eyes are golden still.
Okay,
And
cool,
like
cool.
as he's talking to you, he's not looking at you. He's looking over at the corporate guards. He goes, I haven't felt something like that in quite a while.
God, my character like does not know how to react to this. This is like it's like a lot of shit going on.
What is your name?
The assistant. We know each. You know me.
I have vague memories of you. I've been on a self-inflicted memory loss for a while now to ensure I can get close to my target.
Your target.
Yes.
What do you mean? Can we have this conversation, or do we want to?
I'm free and fine with this. We are
Okay.
So when we have like 7 people in the party, keep your conversations fucking short. When it's just you and me, currently what's happening is there is a dust storm and these guys are currently paratrooping in. That's more than a round. Just we're not gonna have like a full fucking dialogue, but like we can have this small talk.
Okay.
Yes, I am an assassin droid.
What? And I thought aren't you a butler? You do butler things. What do you assassinate?
What better way to get close to a target than be their butler?
So you were gonna assassin the noble you were with previously?
Oh no, that man was not my target.
Who is your target?
I don't quite remember, actually. I feel once I answer the proper name, it'll activate a memory. Your drawing of blood has pulled me out of this.
My drawing of blood. So were you triggered on death?
Violence.
near you?
Yes, correct.
Violence. Okay. Well, I'm like thinking for a moment. Okay, I guess I know he's capable to defend himself, but I still don't want him fighting all of these guys. Even if he could take them, I don't know that.
Oh, no. I'm not going to kill all of these men. I'm going to run with you.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're going up to the north. I guess I know what direction it is. That's like what, northeast-ish?
Understood. All right, these men should not see us. We should be fine. That's it. All of the other constructs in the area are likely going to be murdered. But I think we should go now.
I agree. And I already moved on my turn. So,
All right.
yeah. Depending on how you want to do the remaining turns here. Yeah, we're going to be going up that way.
All right. Do you plan on completely avoiding combat entirely?
I would like to, but if there's more drops or if they see us and approach us, we can continue combat. But I'm going to attempt to just continue to run out that direction away.
Okay.
Unless like these golems also like fucking pop out and they stop me. It depends how much combat I guess you want to do.
Is your intention to just double dash the entire way there?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless there is something that I think will attack, and then in which case we'll try to take it out.
I'm just going to pull you that way, because unless you intended to fight, there's no way these guards catch you anytime soon.
Yep. Okay. That was my thought as well. The only thing that like either another set of guards or those.
So what I'll say is we'll just fast forward over to you.
Sure.
As you're running, you can hear that the guards are both these corporate guards are both killing the last remaining guard and the Warforged in that room.
Oh. Okay. So. Okay. Interesting.
I would say before the first guard gets here, you have about 5 rounds.
About 5 rounds. Okay.
And let me draw...
I would like to search the premises then.
Let me draw some shapes for you. We will make these the color yellow.
Oh wait, also, I mean, I guess if you can talk while you're doing that. I do want to have like a very brief before I start searching conversation with Butler. I kind of like turned to him like, like, can you see them? Like, you shot them from far away. Can you see through this?
Yes, I have enhancements to my vision that allow me to see despite magical and mundane vision.
Can you keep guard? Let me know if they approach.
Oh, sure
I
thing.
need to search around.
My question to you: do you wish for me to open fire if they get close?
I think about that for a second. No, not right away. Just let me know, and then we'll go from there.
Understood. I will keep an eye.
I'm gonna go and.
He looks at his arm, which you watch him take one of his, not claw-like but sharpened fingers, dig it into the like fine mahogany wooden shell on his arm, and he peels it back. And there's a small like watch or timepiece in there. And he goes, "I'd assume you have about 25 seconds."
Okay. So, from our perspective, out of character, is that like one search? Or is that two searches? What are we?
That is 5 rounds.
5 rounds. Okay.
Oh no!
All right.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. 30 seconds. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. I kind of like tap him, and then I assume I'm gonna dash to. It's my turn.
Sonny, you have no clue how correct you are. This is a player character from a prior campaign.
Oh, wait, really?
Every single one of you has a mentor character for your session 0 that's giving you a reason to go to Lantern's Keep, right?
Sure.
Each one of those mentors is either related to or is a player character from a prior campaign that has survived.
Interesting. Can I ask, was the guy who was repairing me supposed to be my mentor character?
He was supposed to help.
This happened. Yeah.
No, so he was supposed to be more of a tie to Caldera to give you a reason to come back eventually.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Not your
that
mentor.
makes sense. Okay.
This guy is here to ensure that you don't die on session 0.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
now,
if I did,
you
I
still
did,
can.
but...
You still can.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sounds good to me. All right.
Don't
so
forget,
is it my
this room
turn
is
to
trapped
begin
as
searching?
shit. Yes.
Yeah.
So, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, anything in a yellow box is a location where searching could be more valuable.
Okay.
You can search elsewhere, literally anywhere else in this house.
But those are where hypothetically would be the best places. Okay.
Correct.
So I'm going to start. I'm actually gonna run down. So I think I'm going to knowing I have a little bit of time, I'm going to disregard safety and dash, even if that means I take a little bit of more damage from stuff falling on me. So I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1. Wait, searching an action actually first. Okay, I'm gonna 1, 2. I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna dash up to here, and then that being my action, I will on my next turn probably search this. Okay, I'm going to search this area that I'm currently at. Investigation at advantage. Okay. I've rolled like 4 int things today. Oh, with advantage. Okay, we're nuts with it though. Oh, we gotta. Yep. Okay. You're muted again.
There's no fucking way. What button am I pressing? You are looking at a wardrobe, and inside the wardrobe is a. So around the wardrobe is a bunch of like meth lab, glassware, right?
Yeah.
So you're careful about it. You didn't fail your investigation check, so you didn't knock anything over. You open the wardrobe, and inside you see, some common clothes and all that. Maybe you want to grab some. Inside is a small, like cedar box.
Okay. Does it have? Does it like? How does it look like? Is there like anything on the box? Or
There's a
just the
small lock on it. Like, are you sure that you could brute force your way through it? But right here and now, do you want to grab the box or do you not want to grab the box?
I'm gonna grab the box.
All right, you throw it into your satchel.
Yep.
That is that turn.
Yep.
Let me move some guys real quick.
Yep.
And then what is your next turn? Also, make me a free perception check.
Just a natural perception check. Okay. I am going to. My natural perception is 12, but if I roll for it, it will be a 10. 8 plus 2.
10. Okay.
Yeah, right in the middle. Not.
You are inside. The storm outside is getting harder. You hear another come into the area.
Okay. Shit. All right. I am going to, for my next turn, if that's where we're at.
Yep.
I'm going to dash another 60. I'm going to make it over to here. This one.
Okay. You hear from the front of the house, Bartholomew yell, "I think perhaps you have a slightly longer time. It seems they're currently cleansing the location of all the other Warcrafted."
Okay. I kind of like shout back that like noted, or like affirmative, something like that. Affirmative.
So roll me your investigation.
Yes. I keep clicking the wrong buttons. This is with advantage again?
Yes, because you're familiar with this house.
Yep. Ooh, that's a rough one. A 6 and a 1. All right, so that's a 5.
You're at a main table with a bunch of books. You can
Okay.
choose to just grab the bunch of books, which will start filling out like your inventory space a lot,
Ooh.
or you can choose to ignore this and try to go to another spot.
I will grab the bunch of books.
Roll me
I'll
a
just take
one-
I'll take all of them.
Roll me
Yeah.
2 D100s.
2 D100s. Okay, I'm gonna roll them in. Actually, I can roll them together. There you go.
All right, bet. Next up, it is your turn again.
Okay.
You hear an explosion off in the distance.
Shit. I'm thinking I have maybe 2 to 3 more turns. So, like in my mind, I'm thinking I could probably search one more place before I need to get out, and even then, it might be close. I'm going to. What's 65? Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Am I? I am close enough where I can actually. I'm going to actually go down now,
Okay.
not dashing, so I can search it this turn.
This is your third turn.
This should be like my 4th or 5th turn, shouldn't it?
Yeah, this is your fourth turn, correct? You have slightly longer because they're fighting things.
Okay. I think I'm still gonna come down here.
Okay.
I'm going to then using my action because I didn't dash. I'm gonna search this area.
Okay.
And
Send
then
it.
tell me if my inventory is getting too full as well too, and then I could make like a choice what to discard. I guess.
This is currently just you rushing things into your bag, so like
Yes,
it's
yeah.
just bundling up. Normally
Exactly,
your
yeah.
inventory, because it's D&D, is way larger, but you're currently okay.
Yes. All right. This is insight you said, or wait, no, investigation.
Investigation.
Investigation advantage. Ooh, okay.
Okay. This is a table that has some mechanisms on it. It looks like a magnifying glass, a large wooden block with a lead weight at the bottom of it, with a craned out arm with a like a tweezer-like device at the end of it to hold something. So this is like finer equipment, attunement. You see currently in the thing is what looks to be like an eyepiece of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
You can choose to grab that whether or not you want to.
With the investigation, do I find all of this, or is that's what's there, and the eyepiece is what's standing out?
There's the eyepiece. There seems to be just a random, like, 3-inch curved piece of metal that you have no clue what it might do. And there is also a singular hex crystal here.
I will grab the hex crystal and the eyepiece.
Okay. What are you doing next? You have 2 turns remaining.
Should I be writing this down, or do you have it?
You're writing this down.
Okay, fuck. Hold on. Oh, so I scroll the notes. Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna physically write this down, and then I'll transcribe it into the thing later.
All
what I
good.
have here.
All good. This is why you have your journal.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it into there. I'm just writing it physically for time's sake. My ass is rushing like I'm on the timer.
Actually on the timer.
Yeah, that's good. You're putting out the atmosphere well. Random book.
I forget. Did you say you want Bartholomew, the butler, to shoot on sight or
No, I want him to call out, and then I may give him the order to shoot, or at least to try to buy time. Books. And then I got the eye piece, and then the hextech crystal,
Yep.
or so what's the official name of it? Not hextech,
Magitech.
magitech,
Mana crystal would also work.
magitech crystal. Yep. Okay. I think with that, I on my next turn, I'm probably going to dash back towards the door now here actually. Anyway.
Okay.
So I will dash up next to did he say his name was Bartholomew?
Yes.
He did. Okay, I'm gonna dash up next to Bartholomew then, not the butler, and kind of say like, okay, I think we gotta go.
Understood. There's someone's going around the corner right now, and as you do that, a guard comes out the corner, and he's going to take a shot at him.
Who's gonna shoot at who?
Bartholomew's going to shoot at this guy.
Okay.
Roll 1d20 plus 5. That is going to be roll that's 2d10 plus.
For those who didn't see in case in chat,
5.
Bartholomew just rolled a nat 20.
A
Oh,
roll
and then roll
minimum
minimum
damage twice.
Wow.
7 damage. And you watch the bolt catch him right between the eyes, but the armor is thick enough to actually stop most of the damage going through. He goes, I think we should go now.
I agree.
And are you just double dashing the fuck out of there?
Yeah, we're gonna try to dash up and away.
All right. So with that case, your speed, you have enough distance on you. Nothing's gonna stop you. We will move you back over to the Caldera map, and we will move the music back over to the Necropolis music. There we go. All right, we are back in Caldera Nova. And you are making your way out. I assume you guys are probably going to be running your happy asses just to the nearest wall that you can make through, correct?
Yeah, we're trying to get out of where the recycling would be occurring, like like into a what we'd consider a safe spot that we can rest at. Yeah.
Between you and Bart, you guys continue to make your way through and have just enough time. You have some close calls, but you make your way through, and you make it out into the mining district, which is the housing that all the miners live in.
Yes. Okay.
Or the mining leaders live in. And Bartholomew goes, "Whew, if I had lungs, I imagine I'd be tired."
Yeah, for sure. But and I'm trying to find the words here. But I kind of, are we in a place to talk?
Yeah, there's a small sand garden that you guys are kind of hanging out. This area obviously can't grow parks, but they have sand gardens and rock displays.
Okay, I'll kind of, once we've stopped, I'll say, kind of turn to him and be like, "Thank you for the help. Who are you?"
I am Bartholomew. I am assassin droid of sorts.
Yeah, you explained, but you said you don't know your target.
In order to get close to my target, I decided it would be best if I completely played the role. I'm not very charismatic though, so I decided the optimal choice would be to wipe my own memory. With certain triggers, such as violence. In the event that I could possibly get hurt, the best bet would be to defend myself at my full capabilities.
Is there other triggers you had?
Oh yes. The name of the person I was looking to target being mentioned.
I
My
see.
personal weapons getting placed back into my hand, which they're somewhere still in the city. I'm not aware where they are, but they're here. Yes.
Personal weapons.
Thunder and smoke, how I miss thee.
Is that the name of your weapons?
Yes.
Well, they sound like formidable weapons. I think so out of character. I don't know what else it's not out of character, but my thoughts are I don't know what else to ask him. I really am just shocked that it's occurred, because I guess I mean, I wouldn't have considered him a friend, but I mean, he's probably one of the only like people I assume that would like actively talk to me in the city, right?
You
Being
know,
the nature of, yeah.
I have found you to be quite capable.
Thank you. Yeah, you've clearly shown that you're capable as well.
I've been
we're not-
around for a century or two. I've had more than enough time to train. You, though, seem fairly young in your creation.
Yes, a few years actually.
Well,
The
what are your interest in traveling?
I first off, oh, like so I guess yeah, that kind of brings me back to I want to look through my bag, not necessarily quickly, but kind of going through and seeing if there's anything that would also, you know, of importance now that I'm out. And maybe like not like hiding the stuff, but like so like maybe like picking it out and then, you know, looking at it in the open.
You seem to have bits and bobs in that.
I'm looking for someone.
Really?
Yes, as well. I am. My creator, actually. That was his previous location, or his previous house.
Do you know his name?
No, just the doctor.
You see his eyes like kind of like flicker real quick. He goes, "That doesn't ring a bell, so I don't have a issue with that." So
Yes. So can I examine the stuff?
yeah, go for it.
Perfect. I want to start. I'm probably going to try to do it in order that I got them. So the wooden box.
It is a small cedar wooden box. It weighs roughly 8 pounds, so there's something heavy in there.
Yeah. And it's got the. Oh, go on.
There's a small lock on it. You imagine you could probably just brute force it.
I'm thinking about it. Can I would like to hand the box to Bartholomew and ask him if he could open the lock.
Do you take me for a common thief?
I pulled the box back and I apologize, kind of like sorry. I assume that with your gun skills that might be something that you.
Oh, I'm an assassin. I'm fully able to open this box if you want. I want to give you a hard time.
Oh, sorry, and I kind of hand it back a little bit more like, not cautious, but like, all right.
I'll work on this for a little bit if you want to continue looking through your funny bag.
I will, thank you. I appreciate the help.
Also, I highly recommend you do not stay here. I imagine after killing a noble, they have ways of determining what killed a person in these parts.
I also would agree. In fact, just so that you're aware, when I'm done searching this very quickly, I think I'm going to head west. Surprisingly, another one of my friends, the friends being the surprising part, suggested I go west.
I mean, you can head east if you want.
I could, but I've been east quite a bit, unfortunately. No good trails have turned up.
Caldera,
Oh wait, hold on.
It used to be a bastion of technology. Now it's just kind of a wasteland.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing some mental calculations in my brain. And I think east is the direction I want to be going. Which is
You are correct.
Which is surprised that the guy said west. Now that I think about it. Can we retcon that? My whole time I'm like, oh, he said go west. This is out of character. Go west to the thing, right? As the direction there. And I'm like, yeah, west. That's to the right, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
He's telling you to go hide out in the blasted wastelands no one else wants to possibly go to, and you're like, no, I'm thinking of going east. He goes, that could work too.
My friend who suggested I should probably travel further, is how I'm gonna word this. He is still in the city. When I go, could I ask that you go check up on him?
Do you have
If
his
I give you a
name?
description? I do not, unfortunately. Actually, yes, I do have his name. I don't know his name wise.
Rolf Goldbrook.
Rolf, yes. His yeah, and I say Rolf. Yeah, his name is Rolf Goldbrook, and I describe him a little bit. I describe,
Oh,
how,
really? He has a
his height
robotic
and stuff.
arm.
Yes. Do you remember him?
No, I'm just taking what you said. You'll describe him, so he's responding to that.
Oh yes. He has he has a robotic arm, and I described, I guess you wouldn't see the scars, but I described what he was wearing, at least at the time.
He's looking at his little like cheapo fucking mass-produced blaster. He goes, yes, I can definitely make sure that he is safe for the time being.
I would say, they're still doing, the recycling. So please be careful yourself. But I would very much appreciate if you helped him because I think I don't think he's in danger. But at the same time, I don't think I'm going to be able to go back to tell him that I'm heading out like I promised I would. So if you could tell him in my stead,
I'll be sure to think of the sweetest thing I could possibly say. That you
I
killed a
don't-
noble in his name.
Maybe don't tell him that part. But actually, he might actually like to hear that. Maybe just don't tell him I killed it for him.
Understood.
But feel free to tell him at your discretion, but let him know that I'd visit him if I was able, and I'll visit him when I'm back.
Understood. Will do. What else do you have in that bag?
So I have I guess while he's working on that, I pull out the random books, which again I don't know if these are any good. This was the failed perception or insight check. I just took a bunch of my random. Do
This
any
is the
of them?
2D100, right?
Yes. The 82.
So in this quick search you're doing, you're not going to get anything from them, but these books definitely seem to be chock full of information that you need. You rolled like an 82 and an 83. These are books that you want.
They're good books, but I guess so in the short period of time,
And in some off-stream downtime, I can like give you more information, especially while you're
Yeah.
traveling the countryside.
I guess so. I look at them and they appear to be at least knowledgeable with information that I would care about, whether or not it's to the
Yes,
doctor or
you
just,
see
like,
you
medical
see the
information.
symbols, you see numbers inside the symbols, you see notes that might pertain to your creation. You see more notes about aspects, but like more detailed. Like the doctor was never crazy, but like these are more lucid. Like clearly, like he found something in these notes.
Okay. I'll hold on to them for the time being then. Taking bets on if Alice's character also can't read. He can read. He just isn't that smart still. But he's not as dumb as me. He's actually more intelligent than me, I'd say. This guy has an 8 for int. I don't think I have an 8 for int.
I mean, I'd put you at a solid 9.
Yikes. It's still -1, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. So I'll keep the books. Like I said, if we care about like weight and stuff afterwards, I think that's what we can do off stream.
It's not so much weight; it's just like what fits inside that bag. But yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine for now.
All right. Next thing I'm pulling out then is I'll just hold on to them for now. The books, the eyepiece. Is there anything about the eyepiece that I notice or care about?
It's a part of a warforged. You
Oh.
think that if you gained enough skill at tinkering, or met someone who was very good at tinkering, a very proficient, what's the name of the class? Oh my god. Not alchemist, not archivist. What's the wizard that's not a fucking wizard with all the items?
The alchemist. No,
Artificer.
Artificer, yeah.
Yeah, if you meet like an artificer who's super like talented, he might be able to attach this to you. You don't know exactly what it will do, but I mean, the doctor
an
made
eye.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then the last one, the Magitech crystal.
It's a crystal. It's a power source.
It's the regular power source. Okay. I'll
It is shaped. It's not carved. So a shaped crystal can be fit into various things that need power sources, right?
Okay.
So like you take raw crystal, you shape it usually into an orb-like shape, and so like if you come across like a random airboat or a weapon that requires a battery charge of some kind, you can plug it in because it's already shaped. It's not carved though. A carved one means it'll put out a specific amount of power for a specific amount of time, or has specific special effects on the thing.
Okay.
So you have a shaped crystal, so you can just plug it into anything and you'll get some use out of it.
Okay. Okay. Does it look like stable? Like, can I carry this around feasibly?
It is stable.
Okay.
And because you don't have flesh, like you're mainly touching it with all your metal parts,
Yeah.
you're fine. You're not going to get corroded by raw magic.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's feasible for me to keep all of them, I'm gonna try to hold all of them in the bag. However, if it's not and I have to choose, let me know.
Absolutely, you're fine.
Cool. Yeah, I turn back towards Bartholomew, seeing if he's done with the box.
Surprisingly enough, this lock is a bit much for me. And you see him, he's sitting there with like his fingers have split into each finger split into 4 smaller like components, and they're carefully working a lock picking set. He goes, "I'm not much of a lawyer of lock picking, but I
No
can't
clicks?
seem to open this. I'm hearing clicks. There's a bit of give on 2. Nothing on 3. locked enough. But it's just not opening.
In your professional opinion, would this be safe to destroy the lock?
I feel like there might be a ward of some kind on this. I'm not much of a magic man.
Neither am I. I ponder for a bit, but I think...
Are you pondering the orb that's in your bag?
Pondering the orb, yeah, it glows a little bit. I'm going to thank Bartholomew. I'm going to take the box, and I think I am going to attempt to smash the lock.
Okay. Right now, here in front of me?
Would you... Do you think would be a negative consequence of me doing this right here in front of you?
If my lockpicking is not opening up this lock right now, I would like to take 5 feet back.
Okay. I'm in a rush, and as much as I would love to take this with me unlocked, I feel like I have a lot of stuff I've looked through. So
I mean, if you want to, you can try to run a strength to see if you can just rip it open.
Would that not bust the lock?
That'll bust the lock, yeah, if you just want to rip it open.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll let him give the 5 feet, and then I'm going to run that. I let him get behind whatever corner as well, too. Is there... Okay.
There's another... As you can... From your current position, you're slightly up on a hill. You can kind of overlook a bit of the stacks. There are like 12 airboats just dropping people all over the stacks.
Now I think if he wants to be a distance back, I don't have that high intelligence, but I can piece together that if he thinks something bad's gonna happen and this could draw attention, I maybe don't want to.
Attention, no. I just maybe it's a curse that kills you instantaneously. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it just screams a little bit. We don't know these things. We're not casters.
I think my desire to figure out what's in the box is very high here.
Overpowering.
So I think I'm gonna roll regular strength.
Maybe it makes your dick little.
Dick? Did I get one of those?
Did you?
Hold on. No.
No.
Right. There we go.
All right, let me pop on over to this real quick. Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, so I think you're talking about the chat not updating. I think it updates when you actually touch the screen.
That is insane.
Browser.
Yep. Okay. So you rolled a 21 strength.
Yes. Dickless. Also, Sonny, not only can you not poison me, that's just because of Warforged. Go on.
The chest burst open. Well,
okay.
I guess it wasn't. And then as he begins to speak, there is a like pulse that comes out of it. Roll me an intelligence saving check.
Intelligence save. Oh fuck. That I have I have proficiency and it's still +1. 7. Yeah.
Bartholomew and you both take let's see, roll 2d4 psychic damage. 5. You are hit with more horrible flashbacks.
Oh, like the same ones I was seeing from the papers, which I still have actually.
Different ones, but the same.
Okay.
You know, like the same kind of vibe, but the same in the fact that they are, flashbacks.
Mm-hmm.
But different in the fact that like it's like you're watching your legs get installed, or you just are a sentient heartbeat, shit like that.
Yeah. So the same like thing, but not the exact same. So
yeah.
Like new. Okay. I guess I fall back a little bit, grab my head, but shit. I mean, that's not good because now I want to avoid the box.
The box is open.
Okay, the box is open. I kind of when I'm able to like not regain consciousness, but I'm able to like be mentally okay.
What the sweet god was that pain in my brain?
I think that was the box. I think you were right.
I hate it here.
Yeah, the Akira meme. That's literally what we did the first time.
Leave me alone! Bing!
Akira. Yeah, that was the meme we made I think like 4 hours ago.
Get me out of here. Anyways, yeah. Inside is a faceplate.
A faceplate. Okay. Does the faceplate,
possibly a
familiar?
Warforged skull.
Okay.
Roll me. Fucking don't even roll me. It's You ever play Dishonored?
No, either.
Okay. It is a bronze skull-like mask with a long upper like jawline, like where the teeth meet, going a bit
Okay.
deeper,
Okay.
and it is hollow.
So it's a full skull. It's not just a mask, or is it the front part of a mask that like
It
looks like a skull?
looks like it's a skull.
Okay. Would it I need to be installed, or could I wear it?
You think the intention is it is being installed on something else.
Okay.
You also feel like there is magic about this item.
Okay. Okay. I
You're not too familiar with it though.
Okay.
You have an idea again, like an artificer, or
Yeah,
if you yourself got proficient enough at like tinkering, it would work.
Okay. I will so put it
Roll
in
me
my
an
bag
investigation.
then. Absolutely. Investigation. I love these in checks. Oh, that's a 2 technically, not a nat 1. I just have a -1 in it.
Yeah, nothing weird about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mask.
It is a mask.
All right.
All right.
I put it in the bag with the rest of the stuff. Yeah.
Anything else you're looking to do before you leave?
I think that's it. I mean, with everything there, I'll turn towards and probably have one last discussion with Bartholomew. But I mean, I've gotten all the information I think I need from him. I'm ready to go, and I think he understands what he's got to do. So I'll get ready to head off. I think. 'Cause I
Looking
think,
for
like I
your
said,
friend Frank.
Frank and the doctor. Frank. I don't think anyone said Frank. Are you okay?
Ralph?
Ralph?
Is it Ralph that I'm looking for?
Oh yes.
Ah,
No,
okay. Yes, okay.
Fuck. How do I need to write down his name. This is a me issue, not the Warforged. This is a me issue.
This is
I
a
don't
me
remember his
issue.
name. My character knows his name. I don't. Yes, you were looking for. I forgot.
Already, Ralph.
Ralph, you're looking for. Yes, you're looking for Ralph. And I give him another rundown of the description. You know, he's got a metal arm. He's got kind of pus-colored coat on. He was a dwarf, we said, kind of ish. Not a dwarf, no.
He's an orc.
Orc, yes, he's an orc.
Sorry, wrong voice. I did the wrong voice, like as if fucking Bartholomew knew something, but no, Bartholomew does not know anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
I give him the rundown of the character, and remember to maybe you feel free to lay low yourself, but definitely I'm betting he's fine.
I'm
he's
about to cause a party, so don't worry about it.
a party.
Yes, lots of bangs and explosions everywhere.
I don't suggest it, but at this point, I don't think I can stop you, and you seem extremely capable. In that case, I'm going to put my trust into you. Make sure Ralph is safe.
I'll make sure
If
your
you
friend
will.
is safe.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate you helping me and being with me this time. And I kind of put my hand on his shoulder.
Oh, that's kindness I haven't felt in years.
Absolutely. I understand.
Well, here, take this. If you're traveling to the east, and he
East.
reaches into his, like one of his butt cheeks, opens up, and he reaches in, and he grabs a small pouch of gold.
I kind of look at him and then look back to the gold, look at him, look at his ass, and I'm like, I understand, like obviously like as a robot, but I still like hesitantly put my hand out.
He's like a
Thank
warforged,
you.
warforged.
Yes, yeah. Even still, you know what I mean.
And he hands it to you. For your purposes, for your character sheet, it is 50 gold.
50 gold.
Did this man just shit gold? No. No. Fuck. I said things and I forget that I have viewers. He hands you, it's 50 gold, 20 silver, and 80 bronze.
How many electrum pieces though?
No electrum.
Does that exist in this universe? Out of curiosity?
Electrum does exist in this universe. Electrum is
I know
only used in certain regions. Electrum's very popular in Cruce.
Okay. Because I know there's some like places where people just take it out completely because it's like gold, silver, bronze, or whatever is 100, and then electrum's a 10 in between. It's like a weird conversion.
It's
so
a weird ass fucking conversion. I fucking hate it.
Take him with you. He shits gold. I would love to take him with me, but I need him here.
But yes, Bartholomew hands you that. He goes, I don't really need money when I have a gun.
You know, honestly, I haven't dealt with too much money in a while due to my.
I hold
searching.
no concern for the city outside of your friend Frank?
Ralph.
Ralph.
For someone looking for it's someone based on the name trigger. You seem to not remember.
It's subconscious. It's protocols. You don't understand. Anyways,
I
you do
I might
understand. Yes.
I might just a little bit.
Anyways, be safe out there.
You as well. And then with that, I think I'll head to the not west.
All right. And we will move you and us over to the world map real quick.
Mhm.
And I think there we might cut this.
Yeah, that was kind of my
And
thought as well.
I will do some like smaller like one-off sessions with you here and there, like maybe like hour-long sessions with you max of like interactions you have along the way. But for all intents and purposes, you are now over here in Bellbrook.
Yes. I think for the most part, due to being a robot, it's probably, I could imagine that being decently, at least for me, the travel uneventful.
This is a length of the U.S.
Yeah, my ass don't need to sleep.
Well, U.S. and a half. So it's easily like 2 months. You started your session 0 is like
Well before, yes.
4 months in the past, kind of.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
are, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. That's absolutely makes sense to me.
And like I
Cool.
said, we'll do some one-offs, so like interactions you have along the way and all that.
Okay. Yeah, like minor stuff though. I don't think anything crazy.
Nothing huge. And if anything
Yeah.
huge happens, I'll record it and
Yeah, we'll try to make it uneventful.
yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
try to
No,
make it
I-
eventful. Yeah, I get
I'm
what you're saying.
absolutely on the same page as you here. Yes.
Single man road trip. I mean, he might meet up. There are 4 people he can still meet along the way.
That's true. That's actually true.
But yeah,
Yeah, there's 4 people that got session zeros.
that will be the first stream session of Alta, the land past ruins.
Hell yeah.
Atlas,
Woo!
do you
Yes.
have any player feedback and or anything like that you would like to drop by, or anything that you're doing soonish?
Oh, for player feedback, this was really, really great. I actually really enjoyed this. I've not done too many one-on-one sessions again. Usually it's been in like group stuff as well too. So it took me, I think, a little bit to get into the specific like in-voice RP stuff. I think I was describing a lot of what I was doing, but you
And
made
that's
it very
fine.
easy to. No, I'm saying as a pro to you made it very easy to jump into that. So that was very good. Yeah, and I think that everything went very, very well. I think that a lot of the interactions and stuff were very cool. There was a lot of like, I purposely was like, oh, like I'm this NPC here, like let me take him with me. I'm sure Wise literally isn't expecting that. Let's see what happens. And I think you like not only handled that really well, it like turned very, very cool. So that was like a very like fantastic way to handle that.
I
it was,
won't give
like,
my
amazing.
secrets, but there's a lot of stuff that I plan, and there's a lot of stuff that is literally just off the cuff.
Yeah. I know that's the idea of
There is
DMing.
so much shit that has zero preparation at all that just happens, and then I go, fuck, that's now part of the lore.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was intending. I wanted to see what happened, and I'm sure you planned for a lot of stuff that literally didn't happen. I'm sure there was like a map or two potentially that you will never get seen. You know what I mean?
There was a basement.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a basement, which would have added like a whole ass hour and a half to this and like done things. But now that you didn't do it, that basement doesn't exist.
Exactly. I am curious. Like I said, you did at the end here give me quite a bit of very like character specific stuff, which I think is fine. I'm not saying it's too much, but it's a lot where I don't want it to like take away from if other people's stories and stuff. But
In what regard?
yeah.
So what specifically do you think was too much?
No, I mean just like I'm looking at 5 character specific items I have in my
Oh,
inventory.
don't worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Again, because this so for those of you who are interested, who are possibly new here or are interested in this campaign, this campaign is going to be very drop in, drop out. I will run it whenever people are available. And my settings and worlds are very player driven. So I have a timeline of what happened before, but the new timeline is always made by the current players. So while I have like ideas, you guys shape how things go. And
Okay.
don't worry, everyone, Sylvia's character from her one shot has several connections now that can lead to some very heavy things.
Oh, okay. I mean, if it's like I said with 11 characters, that's a lot. But I mean, if that's something you're planning for and intentional, sounds good to me. Like I said that I was worried that I was getting too much. You know what I mean? But if it's like not intentional and like a normal amount
Well,
and
also some of these things might not happen for like
a while,
several levels.
that's true. That's fair. Okay. You know what? That absolutely explains that then all. Perfect.
All right, you got anything
Awesome.
coming up soon?
Uh, no. Next Friday, I'm doing Plate Up. I believe I have Uwu, Glooby, and Kiki. But beyond that, I don't think I'm planning anything. The next weekend, not this upcoming Friday, but the following Friday or a Friday after, I do want to host a House on the Hill. I've literally not invited anyone, but W.I.S.E is going to be there anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm inviting W.I.S.E right now. You are stream obligated. What is your answer?
Yes.
Good.
Actually, wait, next Friday?
No, the following Friday. Or put to either the 9th or the 16th.
I will have that day off.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'll let you know the official date, but yeah, one of those 2 Fridays I'm going to be doing House on the Hill, and then, but yeah, that's way out. I have nothing coming up next week in specific.
Perfect.
Memorial Day is off. I hope everyone enjoys Memorial Day if they have it off.
All right. For me, I am. So I have been this entire week been doing D&D stuff for different players and all that. Some of these session zeros have been happening off stream because some people are less comfortable or for whatever reason they have. I'm not going to question. Don't want it streamed. If people want their session zeros streamed, there might be one tomorrow and there might be one on Monday.
Really? If you don't, who's going tomorrow? Regardless if it's streamed or not. I'm curious.
I'm going to keep that a secret.
Really? Okay, because I didn't know anyone was doing those tomorrow either. Okay.
Yep. There are just some people who have like very open schedules, so I might be like, "Hey, you want to do it today?" And if they say yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
And if nothing happens, Monday I am running EDF with Mercury Mimic, Colm the Golem, and I think Glooby said he could make it. I'm not entirely sure.
Nice.
And we'll be doing EDF as we stop the bugs from harassing Memorial Day.
Based.
Tomorrow, if there's not a D&D session, I'm going to see if I can do another stream, but that all depends on my schedule.
Okay.
That has been Alta, the land
Yeah,
after ruins.
very fun. Very good.
I hope to see you all later. Let's go find us someone to raid.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone off the immediate list that you can think of, Atlas?
Off the immediate list, Hazmat's live, Corpse, Catherine is live, Nick A. Any of those would be okay, I think, personally.
Let me take a look here real quick. Who else do I have? Because
Corpse would be a good one. If you haven't rated
Hazmat,
them
I
a bit.
feel I rated pretty recently. As in pretty recently, I mean like in the past 2 weeks.
Mura's doing Pummel Party. Actually, what are they doing? Oh, they're celebrating their 2 year, actually.
We're going to raid Mura.
Yeah.
I
didn't realize it was their 2 years. Yeah.
I like how quickly that happened. All right, we're going to raid Mura, everyone. What's a good D&D themed raid message?
D&D's nuts. We could do something more serious.
Nat 20 raid.
Nat 20 raid. I like that.
All right, Mura, say Luna. All right, boom, start raid. All right, and we're gonna come over here, and the message will be Nat 20 raid.
Sam, I spelled that wrong. Hold on.
Feel free to use any emotes that you guys deem appropriate. I'm gonna use the gun.
Ooh, that was good.
Now, you all have a fantastic time now, and have a relaxing day. Don't forget to try D&D for yourself if you haven't played it yet.
Very fun. Well, especially if you have a great DM like W.I.S.E.
Oh, you're too kind. Yeah, I will see you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Turn again.
Hit a three. You gotta hit a three.
Oh my god.
Loser.
Oh,
later.
W.I.S E, thank you for the raid.
Oh,
I love
bro,
it,
bro
wait.
got raided. Hold on,
Welcome,
pause,
Raiders.
raiders.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
welcome, Raiders. How's it
Nat
going?
20 raid,
Are we
let's
avoiding
go.
the Canonices? Wait,
No, you
what
wanna- you
happened?
wanna
Oh, thank you for
What are the rules
thank you for doing the
here?
shout
Just
out.
drink.
Dodge.
Just
I've been
drink.
meaning-
No, but
You
what
just
are the
be
rules
drinking,
of
bro.
the night?
Okay. Now we have 8 people, so last 4 people, I would say. Right?
Have to
What's
drink.
wrong with the last 4 people?
Wait,
Have to
what were
drink.
you streaming? It doesn't say that you're streaming
The bottom
anything.
4.
Oh.
And if in the ball game,
Oh,
if
thank you so
die,
much for the raid.
you
I
have to
really
take a
do
shot.
appreciate it.
Should we make
That's
it the last
why-
3? I feel like we're gonna be drinking
Bro, we're
frequently for the
waiting.
last 4.
Hi
We can do the last
Sylvia.
3 then.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
up
I'm
to-
talking to W.I.S E.
like the last 3 are sore losers, you know.
I mean, it's up to Moore.
DnD.
What are we doing here?
Ah.
Oh,